All right, ladies and gentlemen, fellow decoders around the world, wherever the hell you may be. My name is Logan, your tour guide for this What's Your Question? We are up to number 80, which is amazing. And this is kind of dedicated to the 80th element on the periodic table called Mercury. Hermes, the trickster. Mercury is the way you think. In your astrological chart, Mercury, wherever its placement is going to be how you think about your reality that you perceive around you. And you got to look at what's the Lord or Lordess of wherever Mercury's at. If Mercury is not in Gemini and it's in its defaulted house, if it is not in Virgo in its defaulted house, then you got to look to who's ruling over the house that it is in to give you an idea of how you think. And boy, that Mercury can be a trickster, right? That's why it's called the trickster. So welcome out, ladies and gentlemen. What's your question number 80? Let's see what kind of crowd we can get in here today. It's just so interesting. I observe our reality so much. And, I get it, man. Life is programming. But there are a lot of people still getting out there and celebrating the July 4th weekend. I'm not sure why. If you know a thing or two about a thing or two. But, of course, people they have this reason to get together and go out and party and have a good time. And I used to be one of those people. So let's see what kind of numbers that we get tonight. But welcome to the room. What's your question 80? We're kind of doing a different theme here. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. And we're going to talk about as many things as we possibly can. I have some sneak peek stuff tonight that I will be showing for all of you. On Aphrodite, I'll be showing you a few slides. I've already shot the decode. It's already ready to go. And it will be up on the Patreon here very soon. I have some announcements to make moving forward, what the Patreon, the membership base is going to look like, how it's going to work moving forward, and what the goals and aspirations are for me as the catalyst going into the 2024 summer and fall seasons. So, I decided to come on here tonight and do this because we have, many of you probably know, there's a Hurricane Beryl that's coming through the Yucatan where I'm at, and it should make landfall tomorrow. So there's a very good chance that I don't have power on Saturday. So I figured I'd just come on here and do it tonight and join all of you in here on this July 4th. And keep in mind, what's today's card of illumination? The Jack of Diamonds. It's interesting because this is supposedly the birthday of the United States, the founding date. But if you do your history, the Constitution supposedly was signed many days prior. So officially it wouldn't be this, it would be another card. But this is what they say it is. And this card, this Jack, is tied to Eye in the Sky. This being the 37th card in the deck, and the words eye in the sky equals 37. But it's the card of land of the free and home of the brave. I'm not really sure how free it is. Brave, yes. People come to the United States to start their lives over. And then the card that is the spirit card for the Jack of Diamonds is the Three of Spades, which is tied to the Wizard of Oz. You have the Wizard of Oz, Frank Wupperman, the guy they casted to play The Wizard and the Wizard of Oz, 1939. It was the Three of Spades, Frank Wupperman being June 1st. That was his birthday. The Truman Show comes out on June 1st, the Three of Spades. And these are the two cards that are spirit and life. So you have the Eye in the Sky with the Jack of Diamonds. And the Three of Spades becomes card number 42. And now you have the Life, the Universe, Everything. And these two cards form this relationship with each other of the Wizard of Oz and the Eye in the Sky. It's very fascinating, those two cards there. So yes, I have a big decode coming out on Venus, Aphrodite. I had no plans to do it, just out of nowhere. out of nowhere. And this is kind of going to be Archons Part 2. The Archons being the 7 classical planets, Venus being one of them, Aphrodite, right? And then you're going to have the Gnostic aspect tied to that. So it's definitely a big decode that I have coming out. And I'm really looking forward to getting it out for all of you, to open your eyes to how big Venus's aspect, how big a Venus energy is here, playing out through our lives, the Venus symbol. I'm gonna talk all about that tonight a little bit. So we'd love to hear your questions. Keep your comments coming. Let me just pop this chat out and get it centered here. I'm gonna get to as many questions as I can. Okay. So let me go all the way to the top. So that was Life is But, that was Fantasy by Aldanova. That song. You know, it's really interesting when you do the numerology of it. Let me get my cursor out. Let me see if I have my cursor out. Let's jump right into it. When you do the Caldean numerology, Caldean being the oldest numerology cipher on the planet that I know of, works of not just numbers, but phonetics and the frequency and the shapes of the letters. Life is Just a Fantasy is a 59, which is tied to the game of life, which is tied to the contract you have with God. 59 being the 17th prime number, 17 being the star card in the tarot, right? You look at this angel. The star card is tied to the word angel. It's really amazing. All right, so let's get to some of your comments. Today being Thursday, this being a Jupiter day. Got Houston in the house. We got Washington State in the house. What's up, Christine? A lot of new names. Great. What's up? We got New York in the house. Bobby, you're coming to Cancun. It's probably going to... Well, let's see, man. You may want to think twice about that. I don't know how it's going to look. It's only a Category 2, but it's still going to be over 100-mile-an-hour winds. You just never know with these hurricanes. So I'm going to be at the beach. I'm going to get out there when I feel it's safe. I'm just 2 blocks from the beach. Best time to go out there. It's during a hurricane. Sonia, first question. Sonia's asking about the difference between Vedic and Western, tropical. They're vastly different. They're going to be vastly different for most people. So your question is, one chart the spirit and the other present incarnation? No, I observe all the charts that I can, Chinese, Mayan, but when I do a read at this stage of the game, when I do a reading now, I'm not really using the tropical anymore because of the fact that it's just not lined up with the sky. The tropical system works off, it's the sun base, which is seasons, which is quarterly. And then as all of you know, the sun makes a trip around the ecliptic every 24 hours. So it goes around all 12 zodiac signs. But it forms that pendulum. It's the pendulum. But sidereal, and not even sidereal, even the charts with sidereal, because they're going to give you 30-degree increments. I use the stellarium app because it gives you the I think the closest you're going to get to your actual placements. So. Isaac's asking about what do I think about Reiki? Yeah, I mean, I know some Reiki people. I think that it works well if you're open to it. You gotta be open to it. Barrett Foley, what's going on? We got Navarre, Florida. I had a friend that used to live there. It's a very small sliver of a town in the panhandle of Florida. What's up, Steven? We got Steven. Big shout out to the moderator. Steven, I don't think... Oh, I can't believe it. Pamela's not here? Wow. Okay. I think this is the first podcast ever. Steven with the wrench. Keep your comments cordial, folks. You don't have to agree with everything you hear and hear or whatever, but it's all about live and let live here. So your question, Steven, have you heard of Honduran stingless bee eye drops? I have not. We got McDermott, Nevada in the house. Joseph's asking, what's behind women from Venus and men from Mars? Well, the Mars is testosterone and the Venus is estrogen. And the Venus wants the testosterone and the Mars wants the estrogen. The king wants the queen and the queen wants the king. Johan, did you get new glasses? I did. These are new. My other ones were scratched and they were from 2019, so I needed to update my eyes. Needed a little bit of an update. So yeah. So we got some Dr. Eamon Hillman fans in here. Were we once hermaphrodites? I couldn't tell you. Danica's asking, do I incorporate the dashes? Oh, the dashas, I'm sorry. Trying to get adjusted to these glasses, the dashas. I don't. I just, my readings take about 3 hours, and it's not just using astrology. So there's so much just with the basics that I don't need to get into the Moshe and the extra stuff. Telling people just the expressions of the planets, the celestials, and the zodiac signs they're in, and cross-referencing the Lord of Lordess. I mean, there's so many. That's what astrology is, a science. There's so much with that. But the basics are really all you need. Then you can get into the nashaktras and that's an additional layer. I do talk about the nashaktras, but I do not cover the dashas, the Moshe. I don't get into any of that extended stuff. I'd be there for 5-6 hours doing reading. So, Mr. Man, do I like going on public transport? Not really. Do you still watch Kali Muscle? And here and there, catch them occasionally. Erie Pages asks a question. If you believe Yahweh was Satan, and how do you explain Jesus quoting and referencing the Tanakh? And how do you explain Moses meeting Jesus during his transfiguration? Well, the easy answer is that book is an allegorical story, much like a Stephen King novel. And those characters have been regurgitated from other books previous to those books. If you do your research, you're going to see that it's just regurgitation after regurgitation after regurgitation after regurgitation. And it just keeps going. So these characters are borrowed or copied and put out and told in a different way. Just like there's over 10,000 religions, what's the first one? What's the second one? What's the third one? Would you even be interested? I'm really interested. What is the very first religion? No one can tell you. It will just be a theory. The more you get, the more copying you get, the more regurgitation you get. I just think, like if you go study the Moses stuff, when he raises his staff and says, look at the serpent. I mean, all that stuff is so fascinating, that story. The serpent is what will save you. But the serpent is what will kill you in the Old Testament, the story through Adam and Eve. Janine says, what can you tell us about RH blood? Well, you either have the factor or you do not. You're either RH and you either have it or you don't. That's it. But it's tied to our blood types. Constance is asking about all of this in a simulation. Yeah, I mean, I have to do a presentation on simulation and what it means, because I see a lot of people, and I'm still trying to figure it out, but I have a really good idea of what it means. Simulation, the very basic concept is, again, if you like, how does mankind do a simulation? You take a scene, all the moving parts, you put it into a computer, and it computes all the different outcomes, and it puts percentages on the outcomes, etc. It's kind of like if you're in risk management and you have to give somebody life insurance, you have to take a test onto what their lifestyle is, which will determine their risk factor and how much their insurance is going to cost. That's doing an assessment. That's a simulation. Well, if you look at it from our reality, from the as above to the so below, we're living in that simulation. We've already been put into the computer. It's already been inputted. Your life's already been inputted, and you're living through your door number 1, door number 2, door number 3. So the illusion is, I have a choice. I'm going to choose door number 2. But see, door number 2 was already chosen. It was already given the possibility. It was already given the outcome. So it may look like a choice, but it's not, because the outcome was already predetermined. The beer guy asks, have you heard of the LifeWave patches? Yeah, when Santos was here in Puerto with Danny and we did the whole Syncretism Society, those guys were all into them. I bought a couple. They didn't do anything for me. But I ran them for a month, didn't feel anything different. But that doesn't mean they don't work. So I'm not saying they don't work. They just didn't work for me in the time span that I ran them on. But I think that they're a little bit pricey for people. And I think that, you got to test it out yourself. So I can't really say whether they work or whether they don't. It just didn't work for me in the 30 days that I did it. That's it. Ali Hex Builder, what's my life path? Well, I look at 2 different life paths. I have 2, just like you will. The 2 life paths is your Gregorian life path. Mine is an 8, and pre-Gregorian, and then mine's a number 9. So I have a 9 and I have an 8, and both are true for me. I am Robert asks, can you ask my love Michelle to marry me? She is watching in the back room. That's a very, very bizarre request. And I'm not for marriage, but hey, if that's what you want to do, Michelle, Robert wants to marry you. So there you go. That's a first. I wish you the best success with that. Text Stardust TX Stardust and Sky. Sorry about that. Have I decoded the weather? No. Not straight up. Hurricane, I have. I've decoded hurricane. Actually, I take that back. I've decoded hurricane. I decoded the hurricane, the word hurricane. And it was a specific hurricane that I decoded. Jesse James, what's your thoughts on Project 25? I haven't studied that. I couldn't give you my opinion on that. Johan asks, Logan, do you believe in demons or ghosts? I believe the concept of demons and ghosts. They're in the story. I've decoded it 1,000,000 times over. I've never met one. I've never encountered one. So I never had a personal one-on-one experience, but there are plenty of people that have. And I would never tell them they're full of shit. So according to those people, they exist. And that's it. Because they say they exist, then demons and ghosts and angels and all that, they're real. I mean, I did a podcast with Robin. Let's talk about the upside down world. And she has the talent to be able to see this energy. I can't see it. So she says that they're there. Well, then they're there. Fast Cars Sexy says, is decoding our reality only a way to accept self-fate? Well, for me, I'm going to tell all of you the foundation for this answer is that life's beautiful. I'm not somebody who lives in the doom and gloom, despite mankind being used and the theoretical positions I've put out there with support, that we are not in control of this reality. It's not doom and gloom. So I actually respect that, and I'm having the time of my life at this stage of the game, knowing these bits of information. So decoding yourself is a guarantee to figure out what you're doing here and what your code is. I guarantee you'll find out, but it's not just a one-stop shop, not one day. You know, you gotta dig. I mean, wouldn't you want to know? I mean, it's not just like getting in a car and driving a car and you know, like maybe the car can go 90 miles an hour around a corner. Wouldn't you want to try to figure that out? Maybe you're somebody who doesn't like to go 90 miles an hour around a corner. So you're like, nah, if it can do it, that's fine, but I don't really care about experiencing that. That's how it is in our reality. Most people are not interested or curious about decoding themselves because they're more interested in watching their favorite show and binge watching this and, you know, going shopping and celebrating July 4th, out there partying with their friends and family, celebrating what I don't have just because they're more interested in that. I'm more interested in this, but to each their own. There is no right or wrong way. But if you're somebody who is interested in knowing who you are and why you're here, well, you're not going to find that at a July 4th celebration unless you're having a conversation with somebody that knows a thing or two about that kind of stuff. So for me, every bit counts when you're trying to figure out who you are and why you're here. Every bit counts. Jira says, why do we always believe and never bill Adam? That's pretty funny. Teresa is asking, which calendar resource are you using for the pre-Gregorian? I'm not. I'm just merely saying that in the Julian calendar, they moved January and February into position 1 and 2. Well, before that, before the Julian calendar, March was the first month. And then you can adjust all the days from there. And then there's variances because some people say that there's only 30 days every month. There's only 28 days every month. There's a lot of content that bolts onto that calendar that you can create or at least adopt as your belief, as your creation. UF2 asks, why are you not for marriage? Well, I've done it 3 times, been married 3 times. So I wanted commitment. I was all for, that's a big deal. But marriage is a contract. And if you know what the wedding band, when you put a wedding band on your finger, that's the band of Saturn, the father of time. When you slide that band, even if you don't want to believe that or you don't want to adopt that, that's what it means. And then you have to go get a contract with the state and government, which is ridiculous. So for me, I've done it 3 times and that's it. Don't need to anymore because I know what it means. I don't think people need to get a marriage certificate, get married, slide bands on their finger to say you're married. That's a religious tactic. I don't do religion. Religion is part of this construct to keep you here in this construct. I'm looking beyond that. You know, if you go watch, I put this out there many times. There's this divorce lawyer named James Sexton. If you want to watch an hour of geniusness, go to YouTube and type in James Sexton divorce lawyer. Sexton. Kind of funny, his last name is Sex, right? Sexton. The guy's brilliant. And he tells you that marriage is a liability. Statistically, it's a liability. It's not even in your favor. There are going to be exceptions. Some people here that are watching this, you would say, oh, my marriage is successful. And there's going to be exceptions. There always will be. It's not just a cookie cutter situation, but the percentages are not in your favor. And again, why do you need to get some document to cement the deal for you? That's a big red flag. I just wasn't awake back then doing these things. It was just like, go to school, get a driver's license, buy a car, get car insurance, get a job, get married, have a family. Like that's what most people are doing in this reality. They don't ever question it. They just do as they're told. And you would think, well, you're supposed to have a family, you're supposed to have kids. Why? That's what you've adopted as your truth. It's not my life. So I get it. Everybody's doing their own truth, own screenplay, their own life. But I'm a way outside the box kind of thinker. Very unconventional, very visceral, very raw. And it turns people off. Some of the things I say turns people off. But I'm not here to make friends. I have friends. I adore a lot of you here in this chat. So this is not to belittle or put anybody down, but I can be very raw right now, which is going to probably get me some thumbs down. Don't care though, but I'll tell you what's on my mind because I have the courage to do it. I don't care what happens after that. And I'll just tell all of you, if you are deciding to have a child right now, if you're just like, I want to have a baby, guess what? You're responsible for their death. If you decide right now with your wife or your husband or your girlfriend or boyfriend, oh, let's have a child, you're responsible for their death when you bear them into this world. And don't think it's like, oh, no, I'm not. Of course you are. Don't have the kid, then you don't have to worry about the death. You are responsible for your child's death, period. And all the pain and suffering that child will go through, it's on you. You could say, oh, it's not me, it's the world. No, then don't bring them into this world. Then you don't have to worry about it. But you are responsible for your child's pain, suffering, anything that goes on, the trauma, you're on the hook for that. And the death, you're on the hook for the death. That's my view on it. A lot of people get pissed off. They get angry. No, I can't. Then you try to philosophically fill me in on your bright ideas on how you think you're not responsible for bringing a kid into this world. But again, like life's predestined. So if you have kids, you were supposed to. So you just cut out what I just said. Forget all that, what I just said. That's my opinion's meaningless in your world. I'm just an extra in your world. So if you have kids, my opinion is irrelevant because you already have the kids. And we live in a predestined reality, meaning that you had to have kids because it was part of your screenplay. But you're on the hook for their deaths. Can't be any other way. It's not a bad thing. I'm not saying that to be negative. I'm merely giving you a neutral answer. I have no emotions tied to that. That's just the way I see the world. A lot of people pump out kids. They don't even think about these things. They just do it, and it makes the world deeper and deeper and deeper, and more trauma and more experiences and more percentages to have trauma and this and that. And I get it. The game needs players. So it's like, I have a lot of people say, well, then if nobody had kids, nobody would be here. Exactly. A lot of you don't want to be here anymore. But then there's the aspect of it is where life's beautiful. So life's a contradiction. Yes. Because like people say, what do you think about life? I think life's amazing. So it's a contradiction. It always is a contradiction. In every single angle you can look at, life's a contradiction. I mean, this is the whole concept of the true aspect of, because I've covered the whole Jesus character. I've said all of you here are having a Jesus Christ superstar experience. I think the whole story's been butchered. You're never going to see me do any of the rituals. No way, no how. That's all church. That's all part of and cemented on this rock. The church is, as Jesus said, I will build this church upon the rock. Yeah, this rock is duality, baby. Not interested in the church and all the stories that go with it. There are some things that are beautiful, yes. One of them is saying that you got to be light as a feather and get rid of your material, your fool's gold, your material possessions. Yes. But as we go on and continue on these journeys and we look at things like the human design, I'm going to show you a sneak peek of Aphrodite. I'm going to show you how crazy Aphrodite is. If you're a fan of the human design, I'm going to show you in the human design chart how Aphrodite is in there. Gate 59, which is the gate of intimacy, which is tied to life is but a fantasy, which is tied to the game of life and numerology. The gate 59, if you got that turned on, well, go study gate 59. It's the gate of intimacy. So instantly and automatically it pushes that button, it checks that off the list, and you're out there when you're asleep and you're not aware and you're not awake as you are now, you're out there chasing ass. And you're trying to look all good in front of the pictures because you're looking to get some. Because we don't think. I was one of them. I was heavily invested in the gate 59, the intimacy, running around. I mean, married 3 times. That should tell you how invested I was in it. I've already covered this, folks. I'm telling you right now, you don't have to agree. The trap is love, man. Love is the trap that keeps you here. It's the trap. Love is what binds all of this reality together. You go and study the double slit experiment, and if you shoot a photon of light and no one's looking at it, it makes a certain pattern. Once you define it by looking at it, it creates a different pattern, right? Because you got to define it. That's love. When you attach a vision or a definition to something and you attach yourself to it, that's love. Love is desire. And then love has its branches of you can fall in love, you can be, I love you, and yeah, I get all that. That's tied to emotions. Emotions. But it's a tall order to be lukewarm, as I have been saying. It's a very tall order because, what does that entail? Eerie Pages says, interesting that love is being considered the enemy here. It's not an enemy. There's no such thing as an enemy in this reality. I want to be very clear on that. Everything in this reality is an archetype. It is designed to market to you. It's designed to lure you in. It's designed to get your attention. So it's not an enemy. But you're saying, well, what's the solution? Hate? No, the solution is neutrality, lukewarm. That's the solution. You become meh. And it's bland, and it's 99.9% of the people in this world, the theories that I have, and I'm not saying I'm right now, just want to be very clear on that. I'm not saying that it's going to be right for you of my theories and what I'm presenting here. But I'm telling you that my research and what I have seen and what I have been shown as the catalyst, love is the trap that keeps you here. That's why sex and orgasms, they feel so good, and you got to get off and you got to get some, and you have this sex drive. Oh, I got to get some. I got this sex drive. And then you're looking for ass and you're chasing ass, and it's your whole life revolves around that. And then you come to 10 years, you're in a marriage, and all of a sudden now the sex stops, and now you're bickering and fighting and bitching because one wants it, the other one doesn't. And it's just a nightmare, folks. You're in a freaking fantasy, which is a nightmare and a dream at the same time. You're never going to get happy, folks. There's going to be bits of it, but you're always chasing it. That's why it's called the pursuit of happiness. That's the joke. Mr. Mann says, do you miss going clubbing? Sometimes. Absolutely. I miss the draw to living life. Because I was in the trenches. The best times of my life was drug-induced parties in Vegas and Los Angeles, and best times of my life. But they involved not being sober. Hey, is that wrong? Somebody would come along and say, the best times of my life, I was sober. Well, good for you. That doesn't mean that I have to be sober because, I did it and you should do it. Well, why do I got to do the same thing as you? My life's not the same as yours. This is what I'm trying to tell you, ladies and gentlemen. It's not cookie cutter life. What works for you, great, go do that. But don't come and tread on me and tell me I got to do what you did because I did. Well, I did it. Great. But anyway, yes, my tangent there. Yes, some of the best times of my life. When I get an itch now, I just, I wear these headphones a lot. I'm in my building here and I decode and I have my mixer and I block out the outside world and I listen to house, I love vocal house music, female, male. I love all that kind of stuff. And I'll put that on and I'll just decode with that music in the background. Sometimes I'll watch these events that are live at the club and I get to try to be there, and it's very rewarding. But I've had the itch, maybe I'm gonna go to Vegas for a weekend, get a table with some friends, and I don't think I could handle it, man. Because you got to go all in when you're doing that. That's why ignorance is bliss. The true essence of ignorance is bliss is that. Because once you figure out how this reality works, that's all Candyland, and then you're like, there's a price to pay for that. Try to dodge in and out of that right now. It's so challenging to do that. So the closest I get now is watching something on YouTube. That's it. And making music, that's something that's fun. But the best times of my life, Las Vegas, LA, Orange County, pool parties. But that's when I was asleep. I was in the Matrix. I didn't even know I was in the Matrix. And I was an agent. I was promoting that's the thing is everybody's an agent. If you're promoting, hey, come to the 4th of July party. Let's get drunk and have fun. You're an agent. You're promoting more of the Matrix. That's all Matrix. And I'm not saying, again, I want to be clear. I'm not saying it's wrong. There is no such thing. But once you get outside of that and you be I'm a minimalist, once you start to look at the reality, it just doesn't have the kick it used to have. It doesn't have the luster anymore. The shininess is gone. So I don't have any negativity towards it. I don't have any ill will. I'm grateful that I went through that. I was given that as my screenplay to like taste that, right? To taste it. I got it. I went in hard. Oh yeah. Hard. I went in. So I'm grateful, but now I sit on the outside looking in and I see it for what it is. And it's a machine. Just a perfectly orchestrated, this reality, when like I'm in the reality, we're in the matrix right now, but I'm like looking in, like I'm on the fringe and I'm looking in and I'm seeing the inside of the construct. It's so perfect. And when you don't see it like that, you don't even know you're there. That's why, like in the Matrix, when Splinter goes to rat out Neo and company, and he sits with Mr. Smith and he's eating the steak and he's like, man, like something to the fact like, I know this is an illusion, but this thing tastes amazing. So yes, that whole movie, it showed you the contrast of like now you know what it is, and then sometimes you're just like, I just want to go be part of it. So I'm just so tired of like seeing it for what it is. I just forget. I wish I could get a lobotomy and go jump back in again. The majority of people have no idea they're even in it. It's not their fault. That's their screenplay. That's what they got. So like labeling them sheep and calling them this and that is bullshit, because they serve a purpose. And you were once a sheep as well. So if you're calling people sheep, man, you got to grow up. That's my truth. If you're judging people based upon their actions and what they're doing, how about judging yourself first? You're never going to get perfect. There's always going to be somebody that can look at you and judge you and your characteristics. So when you start looking at this reality and you start seeing people doing what they're doing you jobs, you won't judge anymore. You'll look at them saying, oh yeah, I can totally see you, especially when you know their cards and their birthday and their astrological placements. You start looking at them and say, yeah, I'm a fan of that because I can see the construct. It's so perfect, the orchestration of it. It's so amazing. And you don't judge anymore because you know that everything serves a purpose. There's no good or bad. It's just everything just is. Bobby says baggies and silver tequila, rest in peace. Yeah, no kidding, dude. Oh man. Ain't that the truth? Rest in peace. It was man, times of my life. Booze cruises, parties, tables in Vegas, high rolling. I mean, just fast cars, just beautiful people. I was so deep into the Matrix, it wasn't even funny. Did I ever pass out? Yeah. I have. But I was normally somebody, that was rare. I'm very much like precision and control, so I would always be exact. So you would never catch me normally. You would never know. So. Ricky asks, do you think cannabis helps people from being programmed? I'm so 50-50 on that question. Because like part of me, I was a huge cannabis fan For me, I would say it was medicinal. Like, I become yes man when I take cannabis, or when I was, in my extrovert stages, I would become a yes man. And when I say yes man, I'm talking about the movie Yes Man by Jim Carrey, which is the Yeshua Man. I've already covered that. The movie tells you exactly what this reality wants you to do. This reality wants you to say yes to everything. The movie Yes Man, Yeshua Man, Jesus Man, Jim Carrey, Jesus Christ, says no to everything. And it's all doom and gloom. And then all of a sudden, one day he wakes up, he starts saying yes to everything. Oh, I'll do Korean, I'll study Korean, and then I'll take guitar lessons, and I'll go skydiving. And then all of a sudden his life completely changes. But now it's so rich, and he's so indebted to all this stuff. Everybody was knocking at his door. He's has so many friends now. Now you're playing the game at the highest levels possible. And that's all tied, a lot of it's tied to Venus, because Aphrodite is Pandora's box, and that is spirit into matter, the symbol. And Venus is all about love. And it doesn't have to be loving somebody. It can be, oh my God, I love playing guitar. Maybe I'm going to become a musician. I'm going to go tour the world. I'm going to get really good at playing this guitar. Or maybe I'm going to be a DJ and tour the world and become the best DJ in the world because I love DJing. And now, next thing you know, you're going around the world, different countries. You're DJing at the biggest clubs, and you're pressed for doing this and doing that. Oh, come to the party, come to the after party. Next thing you know, now temptation sets in. Metallica has that song, Temptation. He says, if darkness had a sun, here I am. Amazing song. Temptation. If darkness had a sun, here I am. Temptation, lust, desire. It doesn't have to be sexual lust. It could just be desire of, oh my God, I'm going to go become a world-renowned DJ. And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that. But now you know what it is, what it means, and how to navigate through that and be somebody with the knowledge that you have here as a decoder. Knowing that, it's much different. Making that decision to move into that space of being. Much different. So, cannabis, for me, I loved it so much that I didn't want to stop, because life just was a little bit boring without it. And now it was a crutch. And you people that do it every day, they'll just justify it. Well, it's my medicine. Or, I need it for this, I need it for that. See, when you say need, you don't need anything. You want it. Well, I need it for pain. No, you want it for pain. There's a difference between needing it and wanting it. Big difference with those words. But I see people justifying it all the time. Well, it makes me this, and it makes me, I was one of them. And it does. Like anybody that knows me, that's been in a relationship with me, intimate relationship, they would tell you, these females would tell you, yeah, I like Logan better when he's stoned, because I get more extrovert, I get more fun, I get more, a little bit out of my zone. I'm not so uptight, I'm not so serious, because my life is spent on serious. I have this line in my forehead from just constantly scanning the horizon and thinking. I've done it my whole life. So when I do cannabis, it brings me out of that, and I don't do that anymore. And I'm more apt to say, yeah, let's go have fun, let's go do that. But what happens when you say yes to things? You have the percentages go up of you getting into this and getting into that and getting into this and getting into that. When you get an opportunity and they rise, then percentages go up for things to happen. And that's where chaos and order come in. So that's why life's a contradiction. It's like, well, I'm not just going to sit home and do nothing. Exactly. You're going to do something, but there's always a price tag for whatever it is that you do as something. There's always some payoff that you'll get, as Werner Erhard would say. Brian Draves asks, is there anything you love, Logan? That's a tough question to answer. Now, are you talking about love towards another human being? Or, I'm so meh in my life. I care about the world, so I guess you could say that's love. I care about, you here as an individual. This is why I do these podcasts, to share what I'm being told to share. And I'm very neutral about it. I'm telling you that, like, these are my truths. You have your truths. I'm not telling you that these are truths that you're going to adopt as yours, but are things to consider. So, like I could say, do I love decoding? I've said that. I've said I'm addicted to it. Yeah. So it gives me pleasure. Sitting down and figuring out something that is mind-blowing gives me pleasure. So am I playing the game? In a sense, you could say that. So at the end of the day, the whole, well, okay, I want to get out of this game. Maybe it doesn't even matter. Maybe it is just all about leveling up or leveling down or staying the same. I guess we'll find out. I mean, again, going back to the cannabis, I used to think that when I would take cannabis, I would go really deep. And I would have like, oh my God, I find things so much better. But you know what? My best decodes have been done completely sober. Nothing. So there's that. But then there's going to be somebody out there that says, well, mine come when I'm stoned. Well, okay, cool. My truth's not cookie cutter. So don't listen to what I'm telling you. But I'm just telling you what's happened for me. Being authentic and honest with you. Eerie Pages asks, what's a good movie you recommend we watch tonight? The Avengers Endgame. Watch the end. That tells you so much. On perhaps what's going to go down. What is going down. Thoughts on what DMT shows you? You're tapping into... I mean, I've tried DMT like 3 times. Amazing, like 15 minutes of... But you're tapping into another network. Is really what you're doing. So it's a fractal. Affable Zombie says, do you read into Aleister Crowley at all? Nah, not really. I got to redo his decode. I decoded him, one of my first ones, a long time ago, and I got to redo that. He's the 10 of clubs, just like Madonna. He's got the 10 of clubs card, 23rd card. And speaking of Aphrodite, I mean, 10 of clubs tied to blood. Madonna, August 16th, 10 of clubs. Aleister Crowley, I think November 12th or November 12th or, October 12th or November 12th, Aleister Crowley's birthday. Mr. Man says, could you buy a nice Porsche? Well, it's not even a matter of could I, do I want to? And the answer is no. I have no desire. Folks, I have this beater bike that I ride around town. I don't even have a car. I don't need a car. Everything here in Puerto is bike distance. And I can leave my bike and I don't even chain it up. It's this beater bike spray painted black. If someone took it, then I just say, well, then they needed it more than I did. Because there is no such thing as a coincidence. And I don't believe in mistakes. So if somebody steals the bike, well, they didn't steal it. Because it wasn't mine to begin with. I just get another one. But, like I'm all about being minimalistic because I'm really kind of living that life of the hermit and that monk, if you will. I mean, I don't have the shaved head and the orange jumpsuit. I mean, that's probably the only thing that's really missing. But it's not for everybody. Your code is the only thing that matters. I'm not here to influence you. I'm just here to give you ideas. You can call those influence, but I'm just here to give you ideas to think about. And then you take it with you and figure out how you want to bake your cake. Johan's asking, do you like beer? Yeah, occasionally I like a cold beer. I do. I like IPAs. I was into IPAs for a while. Bobby says, I'm your Venus. That was Bananarama. I'm Your Venus was the number one song when I was born. I'm your Venus, I'm your fire. What's your desire? Bananarama. 1980s, I was an 80s kid like you. I'm your Venus, I'm your fire. Lust, desire. This is where Lucifer comes into play, how it's tied to Venus. Erie Pages is asking about suicide. I don't get into those topics. Those are too sensitive. That's not even something I would go into. Beer was invented by monks. Yeah, I read that too. Yvonne's asking, do you miss living near your parents and not being able to be physically present with them more? No. Nope. I have a great relationship with both my mother and father. I talk to them at least once a week. They're still married, 50... God, what are they going on? 53 years or something like that? One of the last Mohicans, right? I see him when I see him. Whenever I do go see them, our family's always been very independent. If you catch me at my parents' house, normally my dad's watching television and doing what he does. My mom's watching her stuff, and then I'm doing my stuff. And then we get together at dinner and we cook. Sometimes I'll cook with my mom. I do hang out, talk with my mom, have conversations with my dad. But we're very independent. We've always been very independent. Even growing up, we were a very independent family. Always would do dinner at dinner time, but that was it. After that, we all broke and did our own things. Just the way it is. But I have a great relationship with my parents, and I'm grateful for that. So. All right, yeah, I'll share something with all of you, something that I've been doing differently. Thank you for sharing this, Erie Pages. Erie Pages says, who here can do at least 40 full range of motion push-ups in a single set? So let me get my calendar. Let me get my calendar out and tell you how long it's been. Maybe you want to start doing this. I should probably do this as a group, but on the I think on the 17th of June, I started doing 100 push-ups a day. Beyond everything, like beyond my gym, and I started doing 100 push-ups every day. One day I didn't get 100, I got 70. But other than that, I've been getting 100, and normally, I can knock out almost 100 in one setting now. But sometimes I'll just do 50 in the morning, 50 at night. I'm going to start increasing it. But every day, I've been doing those. And it's a big time difference because it just stresses the chest, the outside wall of the chest, and you can move your hand positions, diamond, out, in, under, to change up the position of the chest. But I've been doing that for, like I said, almost 2 weeks now. Pull-ups, I do those at the gym, but my challenge is I have injuries galore. I'm not on any testosterone, no growth hormone. I'm not on any supplements. So my tendons are they're not, I've blown out both of my tendons in my biceps, so I can't really even curl heavy. I have to be very careful on the movements I do. So pull-ups are tough. I have to do everything controlled. It's very challenging for my workouts because I used to be able to I was a bear. I could do anything, but not anymore. I do abs all the time in the gym. I don't do sit-ups though. Sit-ups are old school. I do either do the wheel, the abdominal wheel, or I do hanging leg raises or supported leg raises. That's what I do for abs. How much do I incline dumbbell press? I couldn't tell. I don't do those anymore. I can't. I have a bad rotator cuff on the left side, and I can't do that angle. So I can't even do those anymore. So I couldn't even tell you. I mean, the most I've done, I can tell you right now, the most I've done bench press is just one plate. That's it. That's all I do now. I'm on nothing. I mean, back in the day, 4 plates, 4.5 plates. But you're talking about a prime Logan. Now I'm not that. I'm 51 going on 52. I mean, it's different. Thanks, Ricky. Ricky says I lost 100 pounds using conjugated linoleic acid. I know CLA works really good. But the important thing to do here in working out is to, figure out if your body responds to carbs or doesn't respond well to carbs, and how fats, just cutting out carbs completely, do a more fat-based intake. It just depends on your body structure. You got to test it out. And again, there's no cookie cutter way to diet, food regimen. So there's no cookie cutter way to your salvation. There's no cookie cutter way to your perfect body, because there are, ectomorph, esomorph, depending on your body structure. Genetics has a big thing to do with it, big time. I mean, here in Mexico, most people have that, that Mexican body, man. It's genetic because of the food and the way they don't really, it's not a working out society. So over how long the society's been around, the body structure is much different. It's very consistent when you look at it. So you have to take all those things into consideration, what your body structure is. I mean, I was just a skinny kid. So for me, gaining weight was challenging. Losing weight was easy. Johan's asking, how can I escape the matrix? Johan, I've covered this so many times, bro. And Deco, go watch my Prison Planet series. There's just too much to talk about. I mean, they're out there to go watch the Prison Planet series. I talked exactly what I think you need to do. The beer guy says, my LifeWave patch is very expensive, but worth a shot. Sounds like Logan might need to give them another try. I just didn't really do anything for me. And I think they're too pricey for most people. I'm not into the whole, I'm not really into the, whatever the tier thing is with that. If they're that good, go sell them retail. If they work that well, go do retail with them. Forget all this like, let me sign you up and be under my tier. No, if they work that well, this would be a message to Lightwave. If they work that well, go sell them retail. And then you'll find out. Because we have this thing called psychosomatic, ladies and gentlemen. Then again, I'm not saying they don't work, but I'm very leery when a product uses this, just sign up underneath me and you're going to get commission off. No, the commission pushes the price up because you got to get paid. Everybody's got to get paid. Go put them in retail. If they are that good for the world, go sell them in retail. That's what I'll tell the owner of the company. Go sell them retail. And I know they would be like, there'll be all these excuses. I know. And I'm just completely being very basic, and I probably don't know everything about it. And Logan, you don't know everything. I don't. But I do know. I've been on the multi-level marketing for a very long time, and there's a reason why people go multi-level marketing. If your product is that good, go retail. Sell them in the stores. And then you'll see what's up. Because there is that thing called psychosomatic where people say, oh my God, it works so amazing. And then you believe that it works. And that instantly pushes it up. But does it work? It didn't work for me. And like I said, I don't think the price, I think they're too expensive. I think there's so many other things out there you can do that are much more effective price points. But that's just me. Yeah, 3 pounds a patch. I mean, that's $4.50 a day, in the United States. That's going to run you, $5 a day. That's $150 a month. It better be doing something miraculous for that kind of money. If they were being sold retail, they would cut the cost. The reason why they're 3 pounds a patch is because you got to pay the commission for somebody else that's in your line. All your downline has to get paid. That's why I'm not a fan of multi-level marketing. I've done them, man. I've been in them. I'm just not a fan of the structure. If your shit is that good, go sell them retail. And let the whole world experience them. Joe Star says retail is more expensive when you have to pay for shelf space. Then find an investor. You find investors to get the job done, to get it out there and get it for the whole world to experience rather than this multi-level marketing. There's a reason why companies go multi-level marketing. Like I said, I've been in that space. I'm just not a fan of it. I think a lot of people don't do the basics. So let's talk about this, right? Let's talk a little bit of health and wellness. Now, I'm certified in nutrition, but I'm not here to give you any advice medically. I just want to make that clear. These are the disclaimers, these silly disclaimers I have to say. But let's talk about this from my opinion now, right? I think that people don't do the basics. They're looking for the get rich quick scheme. They're looking for the get healthy quick scheme. So people are like, oh, okay, we're talking about the patches, right? The light wave. Oh, I'll just throw some patches on and I'll get healthy. No. How about, when's the last time you did your blood panel? When did you look at all your blood? What are your levels? Are you absorbing your electrolytes? What are your genetic dispositions? That should be the first thing before you jump into doing these patches or doing any therapy. And then what does your diet look like? How much water do you drink? What kind of water do you drink? The basics. Are you working out to get the temple moving? To get the water moving. The pump. What does your blood look like? First and foremost, if you're going to go and do patches, what does your blood panel look like? Go spend a $200 package on a blood panel first to see exactly what your blood looks like. Go get a live blood analysis under a dark field microscopy. Do that first. That's way more important. Because when you go to a doctor, a regular general practitioner, and you go in with some kind of symptoms, like if you go to a dermatologist and you go in, it's all, I have this eczema. Oh, okay, well, let me just give you this cream to rub on it. That's not going to do anything. What's causing the eczema or psoriasis? Something internally. because it's coming out. So dermatology is just putting a Band-Aid on it. You got to go, a good dermatologist would tell you, okay, well, let's figure out what your nutrition looks like. What are you eating? Are there triggers? Because there's triggers that make eczema flare up and psoriasis and all that. So think you're going to go and get this or do this patch or put this on here, and you think you're going to clear it up? Now, there are going to be exceptions, right? There could be exceptions like, oh my God, this completely changed my life and that's all I had to do. Great. But still, let's look at your food regimen for 2 weeks. Let's see exactly what you're eating every day. Some of you here would be even too embarrassed to show what you're eating. And if you had to show, some of you would lie on what you eat because you're too afraid for people to look at what you're really eating. You're like, oh, I'm not going to tell them about that. But that's what you need to tell your nutritionist. Every single thing that you're doing. So that's the baseline. What does your blood look like? What is your blood cells and the basic fundamentals, your triglycerides, your cholesterol, HDL, LDL? Are you absorbing your minerals, your electrolytes? Are you doing that? What does your B12 levels look like? Well, how about your testosterone? What is your free test? What is your T3, T4? Like, these are basics that most people are like, oh, I'm just going to go get a patch. What? Dude, your shit's out of whack. Because you're deficient in this and you're deficient in that and your diet sucks and you're not doing what you need to do. You're not getting all the things. Even when you're eating certain foods, your body may not absorb the things that you're putting in your body. So you have a deficiency. Many of you right here, right now, have a mineral deficiency. You know, remember, the body needs about 91 essential nutrients every day. It needs 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, your omegas, and your essential amino acids. You need about 91 every single day. If you're not getting 91, let's say you're only getting 75, well, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. And the body's so resilient, it can handle it. But then over time, what happens? The body's like, I'm not doing this anymore. And bam, then you have something that happens to you. And then you'll run off and like you hear somebody, oh, get on this, take this shot or take this patch or take this thing under your tongue. It'll fix you up real good. But no, and it may work because it's introducing to the body something's going on different, but you're going to go right back to and it's sliding off and you're not going to get to the root issue. So a blood panel is like the foundation. If you want to reduce your weight, if you're 50 pounds overweight, when's the last time you had your blood panel checked? The full blood panel. When's the last time you wrote down everything you ate and drank for 2 weeks and then you went back and you looked at it? Or you showed it to somebody that was qualified to look at it and say, well, some of you have skin issues and you're eating foods that are making the skin issues come out and you don't know what's causing it because you don't know, you're not writing it down. So you're going to be meticulous. Don't you want to get to the root of the issue? You need to be meticulous. These are the basics that I used to do when I used to work with people. It's like, I want to see what you're eating and drinking for 2 weeks. You could take the best supplements in the world, ladies and gentlemen, but if you're not absorbing them, you're just shitting them out. So you got to know. You got to know what your body's absorbing, what it's deficient in. And then a lot of you don't eat good. You have really, really shitty eating habits. And you think you're going to run out there and take this or take that and fix it? No, it ain't going to happen. You're kidding yourself. So the basics are where you need to start. And again, this is why it's crazy. I've been to enough naturopaths. I've had dark field microscopy. Even the dark field microscopy, even the naturopath that I went to, even that person that I went to me did a shitty job. Because they didn't sit down and ask, okay, like, what are you eating? What are you not eating? What kind of water are you drinking? How much water are you drinking a day? There was none of that. It was like, oh, take these, drink this kind of juice and this concoction. It's like, dude, you don't even know what I'm doing in my life. And you're just suggesting that I go on a certain protocol. It's not a cookie cutter. And it's like, I'm very passionate about health and wellness. I'm very anal. I'm very precise with what I do. And I'm telling you right now, from looking at so many different people over the years, they don't eat right, they don't drink enough water, and they don't exercise, and they just want that magic shot pill or cream to fix it all, and that just doesn't happen. That doesn't work. So, I mean, if you're somebody who doesn't take, if you don't take like a Celtic salt, Not even the pink Himalayan. Like Celtic salt. If you're doing Celtic salt every day, sodium chloride's needed for your diet. By the way, sodium chloride is an essential for your stomach acid. Salt. Sodium chloride is an essential element for your stomach acid, to build stomach acid. One of them. Many of you here have low stomach acid. And you don't fix it. You just think it's going to miraculously fix itself. You don't change. You got to change some things. And now you can start with the blood. But you can get the trace mineral drops. Those work really well. Right? Remember, you need 60 minerals. 60. So if you're a creature of habit, if you're eating the same things all the time, chances are you have a deficiency somewhere. And where most of us are creatures of habit, right? That's why we take I'm just going to take a multivitamin, I'll be good. But you know, your regimen, man, it should be calculated. While you have the time, while you have the space. Because if you're not dying right now, if you're not in pain, well, one day you could be. And you could prevent that just by looking at your blood panel and stop with this cream patch shot stuff and focus on the basic fundamentals. Like how much water do you drink? Start there. Many of you are chronically dehydrated. You don't drink enough water. And the body dries up like a desert and then it just breaks. So if you're mineral deficient, 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, those are essential. The omegas, 3 and 6, the 9 not so much. And then your essential amino acids, there's 91 total. Get out in the sun, vitamin D, man, it's free. It's the number one vitamin. In my opinion, vitamin D is the most important vitamin out of them all. We normally would think vitamin C, but no, vitamin D. I mean, you know, thank you all for your comments. I have some comment. I'm looking, I take this, I do that, yada, yada. That's great. I think it's awesome that at least you're making an attempt, but all of you here, if you haven't had a blood panel done in the past year, what are you waiting for? And if it's a matter of money, then that should be a priority to save up for. Should be a priority. Because the blood tells you exactly what's going on in the body. Then you can do the dark field microscopy. You can do a live blood analysis. You can see if your red blood cells are little Cheerios, little donuts running down the river, or if they're clumped up, which is a condition called rouleau. That's not good. A lot of this stuff is mineral deficiencies, folks. I'm telling you, mineral deficiencies. That's why minerals are embedded into this is why periodic table is so big in the decoding. Because a lot of these minerals are on the periodic table. You know, I mean, you know what it is, folks? It's a lot of people ask me, like, what do you eat? Like, I get asked this a lot. What does your diet look like? You know, I'm simple. I've already told all of you so many times, and this goes with life itself, is that when your life becomes complex, you get weighed down. I got 5 cars in the garage. Your life is a liability. Because you're going to freak out if your garage catches on fire. You may get mad when you get a flat tire because there's a thing in the road that you run over, and you get pissed. Like all this is emotional reactions. When you get weighed down, with your liabilities. Freedom and nirvana is severing ties with complexity. That's freedom. How do you sever ties with complexity? Well, how about your food intake? How complex are the meals you're eating? How complex are the foods that you're consuming? If you grab something and it has, like, example, right? I have an issue with eczema. It's minimal. I've had it almost my whole life. It didn't really bother me when I was a kid or a teenager. Now as an adult, I have trigger foods. One of them is potato chips. That's like my favorite food besides pizza. Like I could just sit with a bag of chips, man, just devour the whole bag. The crunch and the salt, I just love it. But they make they flare up. And on top of that, it's fried. So it's an oil that's not even good or healthy for the body. I don't care if it's avocado oil. Oh, fried in avocado oil. What did he freaking do? Cottonseed, avocado. At that point, it doesn't matter. Because it's a processed food. You normally look in the back of any kind of potato chip, the majority of them, the ingredient list is a million things in there. So if you start looking at your labels, just go to simplicity. Like people say, what do you eat? Basic shit. I eat basic stuff. That's it. I'll sit there, I'll eat a whole bag of mandarins with nuts. That's a meal for me. That's a meal for you. Yeah. I'll eat a whole bag of mandarins with a whole bunch of pistachios or macadamians or whatever. That's a meal for me. And then I'm into truffology as well, which is the idea of working with certain foods. You don't mix, like for instance, with truffology, the rule is you do not mix starch with proteins. That's like a big no-no. What do I mean? What is the starch? Potatoes, peas, starches, rice. What you don't mix with those? Protein, chicken, fish, beef. You don't mix those with rice and potatoes, all the things we normally would do. When I was bodybuilding and stuff, man, it was like a lot of chicken and rice because it was clean. But it is a mixture of food that the body just doesn't like. So mixing the right amount of the right kinds of foods is essential. So now it's like if I have protein, it's a salad or celery. I eat a lot of celery, a lot of raw celery. I can have celery, chop it up, put olive oil, salt, and pepper, and I can freaking devour that with nuts. I'll throw in a whole bunch of macadamians. I can eat the hell out of that. That's a meal for me. I'm simple. I'm a simple guy because complexity, whenever I go back to the U.S., I want to go out and I want to splurge. I want to go be a little devil. I go you're on vacation, right? So my friends are like, let's go here. Let's go to dinner. I'll take you. Now you're going to a restaurant and the ingredients are a mile long. You don't even know where they came from. There's this and that and the sauce and this and this and that and the breads and the gluten. It's like, there's all these, you don't know what's going on. And you're doing that day in and day out. And I'm buying from the food truck and I'm getting it from here and I'm buying packaged stuff and I'm going, but I shop at Air One, but I shop at this and that. It doesn't, folks, if you have complex shit, that is when you increase the likelihood of something happening where your body's like, I'm not doing this. Simplify. That's why life becomes, in a really interesting way, it becomes meh. It's like who sits down and has a whole head of celery chopped up with olive oil, salt, and nuts? Like who would even consider that a meal? People say, well, where's your protein? You don't need to have it all the time. You don't need to have it all the time. But the basics is where it's at. That's when you'll be able to write everything down and say, okay, what's triggering? Why am I getting this? How come I'm getting headaches? Why am I getting this? How come I'm da-da-da-da-da? And you'll be able to figure it out because you're not like, oh, when I went out to this restaurant, I had this and I had that and On average, Joe says, don't forget the extreme benefits of fasting and water fasting. Yeah, I pretty much fast every day. I mean, I do intermittent fasting. But, I mean, I wake up, I drink my lemon and baking soda water, and I have a whole liter of water. I have a whole one of these before I even do anything. Then I'm onto my watermelon puree. Sometimes I throw celery in with the watermelon. I have 2 big blenderfuls of that. Then I'm off to the gym just on watermelon puree. Sometimes some nuts in there. Then I come back and I have my blueberry and banana protein, whey protein shake, just with blueberries, water, and banana and whey. Sometimes, not every day. Simple. And then I usually just have like one meal after that, maybe another thing of nuts and fruit and stuff like that. Blueberries, whatever. But simple shit. The more simple you can get, the healthier it's going to become. If you're somebody who eats out a lot, well, you don't know what you're getting. And the Truffology has been a game changer. Meaning I don't even really eat rice anymore anyway. My body just doesn't like it. Rice and quinoa, and my body just doesn't like it. Wild rice, that's a different story, but jasmine, all the rice that I love, my body just is like, nah, you're not doing that. You can do it, but you'll pay the price. It's not worth it. Someone's asking, what's the best water? Well, it's going to come down to a personal preference. Okay, let's talk about distilled and spring water. Okay, first and foremost, distilled water is stripped of everything. Now, you will hear a lot of people say distilled is the best water. I do not agree. I'm going to tell you why I don't agree. Because the blood pH is the marker and the base foundation for everything. And the blood pH is 7.3. Let me go and give you some visuals. Hang on. Do I have my chakras up? Hang on. Let me get my chakras. Let me show you. Actually, I'll just do this. Okay. Here we go. So the blood pH, folks, is the marker and foundation for everything when it comes to being a biological human being. Okay? The blood pH is around 7.3 to 7.4%. That's where it's at. Okay? That's where it's at. It does not deviate away from this here. You will die here, you will die here. Okay? Here is neutrality. This is another marker for talking about being lukewarm, right? Hot and cold will get you death. Lukewarm will give you freedom. Being an observer in life is neutrality. Knowing that the good cop and bad cop, they lead to death. But being an observer of, oh, you're a good cop and you're a bad cop, you're an angel and demon, I don't want to play. I'm going to sit here and watch you guys play. Not giving an emotional reaction right here. So when it comes to the biology of the body and the blood is the marker for everything. And it is slightly alkaline because alkaline is 7, right? Right here. Alkaline is 7. Base is 7. This says not. But in the chakras, base is as 7. In between the 1 and the 14. So the body functions slightly alkaline. Or, as I like to call it, slightly love. Not hate, not lovey-dovey-dovey, but slightly love. Which means service to others, helping people. Being of good service, being a good person. So this is multifaceted, not just your health, but what it means to be a human being, right? So this is what it means to be lukewarm, folks. And if you want to get into the biology of the body, this is your blood now. And yes, I use the pH strips. And I test my urine. And my urine usually is a nice, like pine green color. So I'm right there at the slightly alkalinity aspect for me. So they're a good, like the pH strips are really good to use. Okay. Mortal Aaron says supersonic double meat cheeseburger. Oh, that's like acid central right there. So getting back to the water aspect, right? Spring water is slightly alkaline because it has minerals in it. When the water comes down to the mountain, it goes through the sediment and the rocks and it picks up magnesium and sodium and whatever else it picks up. And the water becomes spring water, which is slightly alkaline. Now that lines up with the blood being slightly alkaline. Which one do you think is more in line with your body? Distilled, which has nothing, or slightly alkaline? The answer for me is slightly alkaline. So spring water to me is the superior water, not distilled. That's my final answer. Now, there are people that won't agree with that. That's totally fine. I just use the blood as the marker. The blood tells you everything. You will die if your blood deviates away from that 7.3, 7.4. You will die. So distilled is 7, which means it's, it has no minerals to it. Your body needs the minerals. You need 60 minerals every day, folks. Distilled water has no minerals in it. That should be a no-brainer. What's the best pH water? Well, pH stands for potential hydrogen, right? Which is tied to the sun. There are a lot of bottled waters out there that are not going to hold up to the claim on the label. They will not. The pH will say, oh, it's 8.5, and you measure it and it's not even alkaline. Because when they bottled it, maybe it was 8.5, but by the time it gets to you, it's not. So you got to be careful with that. And you don't need to get a high alkaline water. Even the people that do I used to have one, the machines from Japan. I'm not a fan of those. Why? Because it pumps your water up. Now I know you can adjust it, but you have to use magnets to do that. Well, that's not how water is made. Water is not made slightly alkaline by magnets. It's made slightly alkaline by minerals. So now you're artificially making the water through the Caldan machines. Now, that's not to say anything bad about the machine. But I'm, again, simplifying. You're spending $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 on a machine that makes water alkaline by not the way nature does it. So you don't even need that thing. And if you want to if you're like, oh, it cured my GERD, or listen, if you have heartburn, every day when you wake up, cut a lemon in half, squeeze it, and put a teaspoon of baking soda in there and pour it into a glass, like a wine glass, and drink that. And do that every day. And if you still have it, do it at night before you go to bed. And the majority of you will have heartburn relief. It will be gone. You won't have it anymore. Now, that depends on your food intake as well. Like, you have to start looking at, like, when you're picking something up and you're like, okay, I'm going to eat this. Okay, is it acid or is it alkaline? Like an orange, is that acid or alkaline? Well, you would think it's an acidic fruit. Like lemons, they're acidic, but they actually are alkaline. That's why you do the lemon and baking soda. grapes and like fruits, right? They're alkaline. So the world is acid. So of course, if you consume more alkaline foods, you're better off because the world around you is bombarding you full of acid. The air, the airwaves, the magnetic frequencies, the 5G, this is all acidic. So that's why you want to be more of a fruit and vegetable kind of person. You want to consume more of those than anything because you're bombarded by acid all the time. So if you're looking at your food regimen and you start writing it all down and you say, okay, is this food acid? Is lasagna acid? Abso-freaking-lutely it's acid. Is spaghetti and meatballs? All acid. Is pasta? All acid. Is rice? All acid. All of these these are acids which will make you acidic, which increases the chances of heartburn. And if you're not consuming your minerals and your stomach acid gets lowered, it's a recipe for absolute having GERD. So you got to start consuming more alkaline foods, simplify your regimen. That's why every single day, if I can do it, it's watermelon puree. All the time. I've been doing it ever since I got inspired by Cali Muscle. Many, many months ago, I started doing it. It's been over 6 months now. 8 months probably. But if you're looking at your food regimen, you should just ask, if every time you go eat something, you should ask yourself, is this going to take life from me or is it going to give me life? That should be the question. Is this going to give me life or is it going to take life from me? Well, if it's lasagna, it ain't going to give you life. It may give you a little bit of energy, but then you may come crashing down when you get carb loaded. Is it going to give me life or is it going to take life from me? If I eat celery, is celery going to give me life or is it going to take life from me? Well, it's more on the side it's going to give you life because it's a live food. See, most of you here, I would say, or I shouldn't say most of you, some of you here have a lot of dead foods in your regimen more than anything else. You consume a lot of dead foods. The dead foods are acidic. They are the devil. They are what tastes the best. That's why this reality is so screwed up in a sense. Because everything that is bad for us is what we want, what we desire, what we crave. Everything that's good for us is like it gets boring and bland. Like, why do I got to chew on some bark that tastes like ass, but that's what's going to cure my cancer? Or it's going to cure my skin disease. Like turmeric, anti-inflammatory, it tastes horrible. Why does it have to taste like shit? Why can't it taste like watermelon? Because that's not the way the world works. The things that taste like shit are the things that'll heal you. And the things that taste amazing and give you the most pleasure, they bring you down. AKA, I'm going to Vegas. I'm going to get a table. I'm going to party all night, get no sleep. I'm going to do a bunch of this and do a bunch of that. It's all acid. I'm in front of acid. I'm partying. I'm having a good time. Acid, 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 acid. It's all part of the Pandora's box. All the things that are good for you, acidic. I mean, the things that taste good and are fun, and they're mostly acidic. Even when you play golf and you start swinging the clubs, man, you're wearing the body down. You get golf elbow or tennis elbow. How'd I get that? You're playing golf. Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with golf. No. But if you didn't swing that club, you wouldn't get the damn elbow. But I like playing golf. Okay, then deal with the elbow then. Don't bitch to me you got an elbow. See what I'm saying? People don't think this way, but this is the way we should start thinking. And then how about what you watch, right? That's a big one. Are you watching acidic shows or are you watching alkaline shows? I doubt you're watching many alkaline shows. If you wanted to go acid alkaline, right? Because I can tell you, authentically, what am I drawn towards? The acidic shows. Crime and drama. I love all that shit. It's not alkaline show. It's all acid show. Shooting and guns. And I know it's not real, but it's acidic. If you start looking at this reality like that, like everything you eat, is it going to kill me or is it going to give me life? Is what I'm about to watch, is it acidic or is it going to give me life? Is it going to give me a benefit? Because everything's going to give you a payoff. For sure. There's always a payoff in everything in this reality. Miguel says, are shell peanuts good? Well, some people can't handle them, right? One man's junk is another man's treasure. Same with food. Some people will die if they eat peanuts. I love peanuts. Just I like pistachios even better, cracking them and sitting there and, like I'm at the store. I went to Costco the other day. And that place, man, it's like a freaking acid pit. There's just so much acid in that place. All the TVs, acid. Buy this new 65. Oh my God, my TV, my 50 inch is not big enough. I need a 65. What if I think I'm going to get the 65 because I don't have, my 50 is not big enough. Like it's the 65, the 80 is better. What does that thing do? It gives off electromagnetic frequencies, acid. But it gives you a lot of joy, right? Like you get to sit there and just watch a show and get absorbed into it, and it gives you a lot of pleasure. But what is it? Acid, right? Television is an acid device. It's the way it is. We just got to call it like it is. There's nothing bad about that. You guys, but Costco, you gotta go in there, and it's just like bulk this and bulk that, and they do have some. The bulk vegetables, and they have a bulk nuts, and I love it. But I'm like walking by, of course, potato chips, man, they're my nemesis. And there's this bag of salt and sweet and spicy, which is like, and this big ass bag, and I'm thinking to myself, man, I'll tear the shit out of that. So of course I'm disciplined, and I pick them up, and I'm like, ugh. And I consciously, I'm like, no, it's acid, man. The whole bag is acid. You have to counteract that acid to make the body at least have a fair chance of alkalizing itself. That's why these water machines and how alkaline people are so drawn to it, because it does do a job of balancing out all the freaking acid you consume. Right? So what do? I put the chips back and I just say, I got my nuts. I got my pistachios. And if I do now, it's like, yeah, I do have potato chips once in a while, but if I do want something crunchy, I just make popcorn. I make it with coconut oil and salt, real popcorn, put it on the stovetop. That's what I do. At least it's a whole food. Is popcorn acidic? Yes. Even that as a whole food is acidic. But it's better than the potato chips. Tarot Energy says, can you explain when an item goes missing and then reappearing hours or days later? Are you talking about at Costco? I haven't been there enough to even, if that's what you're talking about. Lady Rock says, I can't even watch TV, produces anxiety. For me, like when I go back and see my parents, my parents do. And I get into a state of gratitude. I can see why you would say it produces anxiety, but for me, you could go there, but I just instantly, my consciousness shifts into gratitude. And what I mean by that is I'm grateful that I don't have to watch that at home. But I sacrifice because I'm with my parents and they're in their element and they're doing them and I love them and I'm not going to change that. So I'm grateful. I instantly go into gratitude mode and I'm like, I'm grateful I don't do this. And then I just, I observe being an observer. And there's a god-awful amount of commercials. So you're constantly getting marketed to. And if somebody says, well, I don't watch TV anymore. Are you on YouTube? Well, then you got commercials. It's the same thing. There's no difference. You just exchanged one box for the other. Or if you're on your phone, if you're on social media, it's the same thing as the news, social media. It's all a marketing machine. This entire matrix is a marketing machine. We live inside of a marketing machine. Marketing is where it's at. Everybody trying to sell you something. Try to give you their opinion. Like I am here today, right? Like, yeah, I'm offering, but you tuned in. I'm not forcing you to be here. So is this influence? It can be. But you'll see when you start to go on social media outlets or you'll go on and watch a movie, there's tons of advertisements that they don't need commercials. You'll just sit there and watch a couple have a discussion in the movie in their kitchen and there's the brand sitting on the counter. Marketing. They're marketing their behavior. They're marketing their habits. They're marketing the car they drive, the house they live in, the numbers in the house they live, the address. That's all marketing. Everything comes down to marketing. Everything from the esoteric, the hidden, subliminal, all the way up to the things you see. The obvious. It's all marketing in this entire reality. The whole thing. And it's a amazing machine, the Matrix, if you want to call it that. The beer guy says patents for TVs to be mind control devices. Well, life is a mind control device. Life is. Start thinking bigger. Like people say, oh, religion's a cult. What do you think life is? Life is a cult. The entire thing is a cult. The whole thing. So when I broke down, if you have not watched my Scripted Reality 21, I did it live, and I showed Philo Farnsworth, the man who invented the first electronic television. He didn't invent it. He was used to invent it. The question is, by what? And then we can branch off into archons, angels, demons, demiurge, God, whatever you want to call it. The machine. The machine is what creates your reality. What markets to you. It goes by so many different, all the time. It's a big Ponzi scheme here. Bobby says, my family think I have an eating disorder. That's interesting. Ricky, much love. Thank you so very much. Joe Star says, I still find nature rewarding. I do too. What you'll notice in nature is that it's very off and on. Nature is just an off-on binary system. You know, like I have these stray cats that come around my building. And my window is straight out in front of me, and just to the left of the window is a wall. I live on the second. I have to go up a staircase to get to my space. So I have to go down the stairs. And when I go down the stairs, there's a walkway to go out to the street. And there's a long wall that runs along the building. And on that wall, these I call them furry Jedis, right? They're these cats. But they're not even stray cats. They're the next door neighbor. But I don't know. They come over and they want food. So one day, a long time ago, I started buying cat food. And I would give them a handful. And I put it up on the wall, and they would sit there. They wouldn't have to come down. I would just go up there. Here you go, furry Jedi. Give them the. But then, you know, they started getting some chicken, and now there's sometimes 5 or 6 or 7 of them that come around, and they're just, the reason why I'm telling you this is that it's just black or white with them. They want food. They use me for food. That's the joke. They don't want anything from me. There's one that's an alpha female, and she's more of the dominant. It's really interesting watching the alpha and the betas in the bunch. But this one, and they're all, the ones on the wall, there's 3 of them, and they're all females, but this one's the alpha. This one likes to get petted, so she'll purr when I put the food on the ground, and she wants me to pet her. She'll actually want me to pet her, but she's using me not only for the food, but for my hand to pet her. I get used. Every day I get used. These cats come around and it's on off with them. They're territorial. They're easy to pick. They're easy to see. They don't like to share. They're stingy. They're selfish because it's all about survival with animals. Same with insects, ants, spiders, dogs, cats, tohonas, badgers, raccoons. They are all about on and off. If they're not eating, they're sleeping. If they're not sleeping, they're humping. And it's never ending. Us as human beings, our lives are way more complex than that. So we can talk, and we can sing, and we can dance, and we can play golf, and we can build houses. And we can do this and we can do that. So it's much more complex being a human being. But you look at the simplicity of nature, which is, I study it a lot. I go to the beach, I sit on the beach, and there's seagulls all around, right? What a life. They just fly around and they go dive into they get fish, pescado, and they just sit there and that's it. That's their life. It's on off with a seagull. So nature is so simplistic and mankind is so complex, but it's the same thing. At the end of the day, mankind eats, drinks, and they hump and they sleep. Okay, great. Yeah, you built a business. Congratulations. That's just added gravy. We do the same thing as animals do. We're just kind of like mature animals. We're animals that can talk and dance and play golf. Same thing. So this whole reality, that's what you're in a beta, you're in bet, alpha bet, you're in the beta, you're in the binary, it's on off here, right? It's light and dark. It's dark out right now, on off, right? Animals, they use me. This is what we do as human beings. We use each other. Yeah, you're using me to listen to information that I'm giving you. It's not, I want to be very clear. That's not a negative thing. That's just the way it is. If you're in a relationship with somebody, you're using your partner. What I mean by that is, who else are you going to have sex with? You're using your partner to get off. Yeah, I know. Some of you say, I know, but we're making love and it's different. No, it's not different. You use each other. That's just the way it is in this reality. We all use each other. That's why I say mankind, we're parasites. There's nothing negative about that. That's just the way I see the world. It's not a negative thing. If you think it's negative, well, that's on you. I'm not coming across as negative. I'm just being very realistic and raw and visceral because that's what this world is. It's very raw and visceral. And we use each other. Like you have a friend. Oh, I have a best friend. Why are they your best friend? Oh, because they're so funny. Oh, so they make you laugh. Yeah, they make me laugh. So you're using them so that you can get your laughs. They make me feel good. So you're using them so you can feel good. See what I'm saying? We use each other, and that's just the reality of our reality. There's nothing bad about it. It's just the way it is. Pip says cats and dogs are wonderful friends. Life would be less full without them. If you're somebody who has a dog or cat, then that would be true for you. Like I don't have one, And my life is very full. I know some. I hang out with some. I feed some. See, for me anyway, I don't know about all of you, but for me, I don't need anything. I don't need to fall in love. I don't need to be in a relationship to feel alive and to be Logan. I don't need any of that. I don't need somebody to cook for me. I can do that myself. I cut my own hair. I don't even go to a barber. I'm so self-sufficient. I am so self-sufficient. It's just me. I have this hermit life, and that's the way I prefer it for me. But when it comes to friendships and all that, folks, even pets, we use each other. That's what we do as human beings. We use things. We're all parasites. What is a parasite? It needs a host. What's the host in your life? You know, if you're married, your husband or wife is your host. You're the parasite. See, we think of parasite as disgusting scavenger that lives in the body or lives under the fingernail no, parasite just needs a host. Just think of it as the basics. Parasite needs a host, which you feed off of. Right? And so if you got married, I fell in love and we got married. What do you mean you fell in love? What do you mean? What do you mean you fell in love? Well, we went on some dates and we just clicked, and so you used each other when you went on the dates, right? You used each other for company, and then next thing you know, you had these strong chemistry feelings towards each other, and you probably screwed, and then that was it. That's a game. That's over. It's over at that point, because now you've turned your lust and desire, and now you're calling it love. But at one point, it was lust. Like you have that sex drive, like, oh my God, and you're doing this dirty talk, and like you can't help yourself. You're using the other person to feel a certain way, to have your oxytocin get raised up. You can't raise it yourself doing the things that you do. You need another human being for that. So we use each other as hosts. That's the reality of our reality. I think it's funny. And again, I'm not saying that it's anything bad. So some of you stop saying, Logan thinks life is bad. No, if that's what you want to say, it's not what I'm saying. Affable Zombie says, you are not a parasite. I'm sorry, it's not the right word. You don't need a host. People are social creatures like birds. When birds lose a mate, they die. Well, now you're getting very technical. Okay, so let's be very easy. Let me show you how you're a parasite. Do you wipe your ass after you go to the bathroom? Well, I would imagine your answer would be yeah. I hope it's a yes. Okay, great. How did you wipe your butt? What did you wipe it with? And the answer would probably be toilet paper. Okay, great. Where did the toilet paper come from? Well, the answer would be trees. Okay, well, where did the trees come from? Earth. Okay, so you're not parasiting off of Earth as your host? Of course you are. Earth is your host and you're the parasite. When you go to Costco and you buy stuff at Costco or Walmart, what do you think the host is? Walmart. You're the parasite. You're the consumer. What do parasites do? Consume. We are parasites, folks. Simple. We're consuming things. Don't you realize, like, day in and day out, you think about it. What is your life spent doing besides working and family stuff? Drink, and then poop it out and go to the bathroom. It's just like it just goes in and out, 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 in and out. Everything you buy at the grocery store goes in the toilet. What a life. Everything you buy for groceries goes in the shitter. It goes down the toilet. The toilet is what you're spending all your money on. Do you realize that? All the food that you spend at the grocery store, you're buying it for your toilet. The toilet's like, gimme. Because everything you eat comes out in the back end. So if anything gets all the glory, it's the toilet bowl. I mean, the toilet bowl sees like the things that you don't want to show anybody. The toilet sees that. Imagine the toilet's looking up from under the water. Every time you sit on that thing, what is it taking a look at? Imagine that. It's kind of funny if you think about it. Your toilet gets all the glory in your house. My grocery bill is like I spend more on food than I do anything else. And of course, with inflation and everything going, I spend more on food than anything else. And I come home and I have all this food and I'm like, where's it going to end up? At the freaking processing plant. Because it's going to end up in my toilet. It's going to go from Costco or the grocery store to my refrigerator or cupboards into the toilet. What a life. Where do you think this water is going to go? In the toilet. In the damn baño. That's how much of a comedy show our life is, folks. Next time you go out and you spend $200 on dinner, $300 on a dinner, don't bitch. Your toilet will thank you. Because the toilet's going to get the last laugh because it's going to get that $300 meal. I can guarantee you that. That was fun. Oh, shit. That was a funny one. Holy shit, part 2. I got that coming out. Yeah, I do. All right, so let me make an announcement here on the Patreon and on the YouTube, here on the YouTube, so you know what to expect moving forward. So we have some big shifts, okay? So I've now included on the Patreon another membership tier. And what I've done, I'm being very courageous. And what I mean by being very courageous is that I've been told through my mind to go and do this, which is basing it off of a donation-based aspect. Now, I'm going to get to that in a minute, right? So the Patreon has a $19 tier, a $13 tier, and now a $7 tier membership. And with those I'm going to call them donations because you're donating to this decoding world that I'm doing, right? We're all doing this. And what you will get with, no matter which one you choose, you're going to get all the content I'm putting out on Patreon. Now, why I'm being super transparent and super authentic and honest with all of you, because some people say, well, why would you do that? If I get the same thing as the 19 as I do the 7, why not go with the 7? That's what normal people would think. I'm trying to get out of this normal context. So what I've done is, it doesn't matter which tier you're on, everybody's going to get the same content. You want to know why I'm doing this above and beyond that, folks? Because it was like so pressing on me to figure out, I'm going to create a video and I'm like, I keep pumping these out. I got so much material, right? So I'm pumping it. I probably put out more material than anybody in the decoding world anyway. A lot of material I'm pumping, and I'm thinking, okay, who's going to get this on tier 19? And then in Patreon, it's all about exclusivity and the perks that you get. I'm going a different route. Like, if you want to donate to the cause, whatever you think the content's worth, then go to that tier. And I appreciate it. I'm going on this honesty, authentic system now. So there's going to be people that will downgrade to that's totally fine. I get it. So my whole thing is, if you want to become a member and get all the content, pick a tier. That's it. And you'll get it all. Pick what you can afford. Pick what you think is worth. What is it worth to you? Some people will come in and, oh, Logan's an asshole. He's a dick and whatever. And they're just going to do whatever. That's fine. Because there's all different walks of people, right? I'm going on the authentic system, the transparent system. Now I'm telling all of you this because it was so difficult to figure out, well, if I put this out on Patreon, look, I got shit to pump out, man. I got material to help the world. Then trying to figure out who's going to get this and what kind of reward you're going to get for being a member of this tier. And listen, if you want to support the work, I greatly appreciate you. And I have a ton of love for all of you that do. So it doesn't matter to me, but what you think it's worth. That's the bottom line. What do you think the content is worth? And then what can you swing? That's your donation. That's it. Right? And you'll get all the content. Now, why I'm doing this above and beyond that is because I have been told to start pumping out more how-to. I got this course coming out that I've been talking about for years, and I got to get it done. On top of that, I have so much astrology to come out with and the card system that I gotta bring out to show all of you, because many of you are frothing at the mouth to deepen your experience in this reality. You want to have the best experience in this reality. Predestined or not, if you're frothing at the mouth, if you're like you can't wait, like you're part of your screenplay. But I'm the YouTube channel, I'm going to just not be posting a lot of free stuff on there. I'll do some videos. I'll start doing these lives, maybe do the scripted realities, but that's it. Majority of the content's dumping over on Patreon. And I mean, the goal here is not only to pump out how-to videos and make your life better and start to teach you, ladies and gentlemen, what I've been shown, astrology, sidereal, how the true map of the stars, how to really look at that, how to narrow it down, to pinpoint it, to how you function, teaching this to your children, looking at your partners, showing you the cards of illumination, this system through Sharon. Like Sharon and I have already been talking about doing something together. Like people are dying for this stuff. So I got to get it out. So that's why I'm moving into this. And this is, I mentioned on the Patreon, I'm heavily influenced by the Uranian energy. And I want to be very clear, because a member had mentioned, oh, be careful, because this person was alluding to the fact that it's an archon. And I had said, listen, Uranus is not part of the 7 archons, number one. I'm not saying that it's not. But what I am saying here, ladies and gentlemen, while you're here in this matrix, we're under the influence of certain energies. Bottom line, the foundation is you're in a predestined scripted reality. So it doesn't matter. Understanding or understanding it is what is important, right? That's what's the most important thing is, how does that engine run? How fast can I make this car go? That's what you want. You want to get the most, you want to squeeze the most out of your life. That's what I'm here for. That's what I want to continue to pump these videos out. Without any bias, with all complete neutrality here. And this is all going to be based on going on tour and going to different cities and teaching this shit live, man, because there's nothing like the live experience. Doing decodes live, being able to show this, how to life code, how to decode somebody that you don't even know, how to decode your children. Like, this stuff needs to be taught, because this is what the science is coming to. This is what we're moving towards. So this Uranian energy, folks, is all about, Uranus is the primordial. If you study Greek mythology, Uranus mates with Gaia and creates, and if you want to get into the archons, guess what created the archons? Uranus and Gaia. So Uranus is co-ruler of Aquarius. It just may be the sole ruler of Aquarius. And it's an electrical planet. So there's a lot of electrical energy coming in. And electricity is what delivers to you like telepathy and all that stuff. I think that stuff's coming out. But anyway, the Uranian energy, folks, is all about I know thyself. Forget about being used in predestination. Who are you? Why are you here? Those of you that have children, man, your kid could save the world one day. Wouldn't you want to know how to gently nudge them that way? And I know some of you say, well, if it's predestined, it's going to happen. Absolutely. But don't you want to be there for it? Wouldn't you want to be there for it, to actually nudge them in the direction of that? Because you had a thing or two about seeing that? I mean, if I was a parent, I would want to. And even some of you here that are still, you could win the Nobel Prize. You could be 50 years old right now, 51 like me, and 5 years down the line, you could win the Nobel Prize. Save the world maybe one day. You don't have to be a kid. It's maybe in your screenplay to do it. That's pretty exciting if you ask me. That's what makes life beautiful. That's thinking positive. That's thinking beyond. That's slightly alkaline. That's like, I'm not going to think doom and gloom. I'm going to think neutrality, but slightly love. I could save the world one day. Cool. I'm not going to be cheering from the rooftops if it happens because it was part of my screenplay, but it's fun. It's cool. It puts a smile on my face. So these are the things that we're coming out with, and this is the Patreon. This is the move that we're doing here. So if you want the content, I got a lot of exclusive content you're not going to find on YouTube. You know, I can't even tell you folks how much riffraff comes out on YouTube. It's amazing. This is why our world is the way it is, because the riffraff people, they just want to debate and argue, and they're just so agentized, meaning that they're Agent Smiths and they don't even know it. Once you can start to see that everybody has a purpose in this reality, you don't need to argue, divide, and debate anymore. There's no need for it. That's a Uranian kind of energy. That's a primordial kind of energy. You're now going to the crown. You're now going to the head honcho. So that's where we're headed with all of this. So if you want to be part of this team, not for everybody, then you can go to the Patreon and become a member. And again, whatever you feel comfortable with, great. What I will tell all of you, those of you that are those of you that are the empires, thank you so very much. I know Bobby and Christine, I know you guys are empires. What you will get with that though, what I am going to do, because there's this loyalty thing there, right? Is that if you are a $19 pledger a month, if you are an empire, you are going to get the new astrological poker system that I have coming out. Because I want to keep it small. I don't want to get it too big, right? And it's a brand new system that no one's ever done online, so it will be pretty awesome. I could definitely blow it up and put it out there, but I want to start off with this, and I want to give back to all of you that have supported me. And then, yes, with the $19 tier, you will get premieres, meaning you will get the first views on the new videos coming out. That's the only thing that I will give you, that I will say is exclusive. Other than that, everybody's going to get the same thing. So if you want to talk about being fair, this is it. If you want to think differently, this is it. This is me going out on a ledge here, and I'm doing it because I'm supposed to be doing it. So if you're all about that, if you want to think differently, if you don't want to think like everybody else, like, oh, I'm going to give you this exclusivity because you get this amount I'm not doing that. This is about equality at this point. Now, some of you, I know I'm going to address the elephant in the room. Some of you say, well, if it's donation, how about all the free people? No, because see, folks, there's one caveat with all of this. In this reality, I'll be very crystal clear with all of you. The way this reality works is reciprocation. If you're somebody who's a great giver but a horrible receiver, you're not functioning at a prime level. A lot of you are very bad receivers. Like, hey, can I help you with that? No, I'm good. But you're great givers. Let me give, let me help you, let me help you, let me help you. Well, you just drain yourself. So the reason why capitalism works, in a sense, is because if I do something, I get something back in return. I learned this through doing the seminar circuit with the free stuff. Is that people would come to the free seminars, but the percentage of people that signed up versus how many showed were about 15 to 20%. So the people that get free stuff, they don't place any value on it. This is what we do. Oh, it's free. Oh, okay, I can afford to lose it. I'm not losing anything. It's free. So I signed up, but I'm not going to be authentic. I'm not going to show up. I wanted to, but it's free. But if you go to a seminar and you actually sign up to take a course and you pay $1,000 for some mentoring coach program, you're going to freaking show up because you get something in return. So that's how this reality is based on. If you're working a job, you go to exchange time for money, right? If you got a career, whatever it is you do, if you're a hairdresser, you exchange your time of cutting hair and you get paid for it to make them look pretty. You may give some stuff out here and there, free haircuts to some friends of yours or whatever, but your business, in order to keep this economy going, free doesn't work, folks, like the essence of free. We are programmed as a society through capitalism. And there's nothing wrong with it. You just got to understand how it works. So if you want to come to the channel, the Decode Your Reality Patreon, and you want to become a free member, I do have some material that I post. Absolutely. Upcoming, coming soon. And I will splash some good material up there, which I've been doing from day one that all members get, free included. But when it comes to the decodes, you got to be a donating member. Again, folks, if you're just claiming, I want it for free. I've had these people just, oh, why are you going to charge? Dude, you get a free cell phone? Do you just call up your cell phone company? Hey, AT&T, screw you, man. I want my service free. Oh, that's nice. Or how about your Amazon Prime or your Netflix? Do you just tell them you're not going to pay, but you want it and you bitch at them because they don't give it to you for free? Or can you not shop at Costco if you don't have a membership, but you go to the front of them and saying, you guys suck, man. You don't want to let me in there and shop because I don't have a membership. Get a membership done. I don't want to pay the membership. Well, then you don't get to shop here. There has to be reciprocation, folks. You get something for that. I just want to make that very clear because a lot of people are just so like, I don't get the mentality. So I've learned the free thing. When it's free, people just get lackadaisical. They bitch, they moan, they whine, they complain. Those are the complainers and the whiners and the negative Nancys. No offense to any of you Nancys out there. So I just want to be clear on that. Like, you can be a free member on the Patreon. You're going to get some free content, but you will not get the decodes. You're not going to get the how-tos and all that. All this stuff's going to be like, this has got to be reciprocation. You pay your Netflix, you get to watch Netflix. If you don't pay your Netflix bill, you get no Netflix. So there's an incentive there. This is built on reciprocation. That's how this world works. This world's built on reciprocation. Again, if you're a great giver and a horrible receiver, your energy supply is not balanced. So there has to be an exchange. I've learned that through the seminar circuit, studying under people that I would consider mentors. There has to be an exchange. It's not even about, you just want the money. No, it's about the exchange, how energy works. It's just how the exchange works. And if you don't understand that, don't be poo-pooing it. Don't saying it doesn't, that's bullshit, whatever. You don't understand how it works then. You got to understand how it works. Okay? So those are the announcements that I wanted to make. And again, I appreciate each and every one of you. I'm so grateful that all of you are here. And I'm going to continue to pump out videos and how-tos, and we're going to take this thing on tour. That's what we're going to do. I mean, my dedication to this is so big. I got videos already in the box, already set up, ready to go, ready to, you don't want to know why? Because I got a hurricane coming in. And my power may go out. And I don't have any content to give to my people that want the work. So I've already loaded them up. That's my dedication to this. So that was my big explanation as to what's going on with the Patreon, with the future endeavors of the YouTube. I don't know how much deeper we're going to go with the YouTube here. I mean, I'm going to keep it around, but I think just some new stuff's coming out. Steven says, "Did you hear Graham Hancock's Ancient Apocalypse?" I don't really watch much of that stuff. I get sent a lot of stuff, as you can all imagine. A lot of you send me stuff. Wheezy says, "I think my heart is getting angry at my exploitative organs." I don't know what you mean by that. I come to southern Utah. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where I will be going. I mean, if I had a event planner, I would already be doing shows. It's just not my forte. I haven't found one yet. I'd already be doing live shows, but I ain't doing them half-ass. It's going to be prime. The quality of the videos that you see that I put out, the shows are going to be like that. The seminars that I'll be doing, they'll be that quality. Otherwise, I'm not going to do them. There's not going to be like, oh, you're just going to cram a bunch of people in a room with shitty sound. Nah, I won't do it. It's going to be grade A stuff. On average, Joe says, are your readings based on, this is a good question. Are your readings based on a scale or preset prices? No, my readings are a set price. They're not anything part of Patreon. They're completely separate. I put, my average reading takes 2.5 to 3 hours. I give you an experience that it's unmatched. I love doing readings because I get to see superstar. When I'm doing a reading with you, it's just me and you. I'll tell all of you this. This is what I tell everybody that I do reading for. Is that the only reason why this world exists is because you're plugged into it. That's how big of a role you have. Now, if you can sit with that for a minute and think about that. When you wake up, when you go to sleep, man, you drift off to sleep. You have no idea what's going to happen. You're asleep. But then somehow, some way, you wake up in the morning, whether it's an alarm clock or you get up just automatically, and as soon as you open your eyes, the sound enters your ears. And now you hear the buzz of the world. Well, what makes that buzz happen? You do. You're the one who interprets the sounds, the police sirens, the helicopters, the people bitching and complaining next door, arguing. You're the one who's computing that. You came back into this world when you rose out of bed. It's another glorious day. So your importance in this reality is so big. And that's how we start this readings off with people. I'm like, do you realize how you're a superstar? Don't you want to live through that? Don't you want to be that? Of course, the answer is yes. So what I can tell all of you that I usually tell everybody I do a reading for is like, I want you to pretend like you're the freaking head honcho of this entire reality. 8 billion people, you're the head honcho. Well, how can that be? Those people wouldn't exist unless you were engaged in this reality. Like if you go on YouTube and you go, well, I saw Elon Musk there. Well, you wouldn't have seen him unless you would have turned on whatever you turned on. Yeah, but I saw him on television. Yeah, but you wouldn't have seen him on television unless you were there watching it. You see what I'm saying? My point is, this is how important your life is in this reality. You make this reality alive. You're the one having the experience. I'm just an extra in your movie. You're the star of the show. The question is, what are you doing as a star? That's the question. Are you bitching? Are you complaining? Are you pointing fingers? Are you focused on that kind of energy? That's totally scripted. Or are you like feeling like, well, that's not really working anymore for me. Okay, well then you got to make a shift. And that's going to be part of your screenplay. But ultimately, you're the star of the show. That's how, so you put yourself on a pedestal and realize how important your role is here. Like you're the shit. You're the savior. You're the chosen one. Every single one of you become the chosen one. Marco says, Logan, out of all the decodes, which hit the hardest? I have so many. I do them, and then and if you've been following me, especially on the Patreon, like I have some big time decodes on the like wow decodes, and there's just too many to name, right? There's a lot, so I don't really have one that I would say hits me the hardest. There's many. The question is, which one is it for you? Not me. Because there's just too many to count. Too many to name. I mean, if you want to see a scripted reality, go watch the scripted reality, the very first one I released. That one's a big heavy hitter. The Prison Planet series, those are big heavy. The Prison Planet 1, 2, 3, 4, those are all big deals. Bloodline, Control Room, Greatest Show on Earth was, so obvious that we live in a scripted reality. Scripted Reality 21 with Philo Farnsworth, who created the electronic television. He didn't create it. His mind did, but he's not in control of his mind. So many. Seema Dragon, sending you love. Thank you so very much. See, okay, so some of you your budget doesn't allow you to have the reading that I offer. Okay, well, folks, there's news about that, and that is that this course that I've been creating for a long time, it's going to change everything for everybody, all the readers out there. I mean, a lot of these readers out there probably won't like the course I have coming out because you won't even need to get a reading from anybody. That's what I really want to put out there. Once you figure out how the system works, then all you need is a computer. And you do the interpretation just by way of the identification of where your placements are at in your astrological chart. And the course, I haven't figured out how it's going to work. Originally, I've been saying this, so I'm not going to go back on this. It will be at least this or better, but it will be affordable for pretty much anybody's budget. I'm not even talking $300. I'm talking, my idea was $99 or less. And what you're going to get for that is ridiculous. The only thing you'll need to do is put the time into it. That is where you'll spend your money, is the time. Because time costs money. Right? So the value of what the course you'll get from it, it's not so much of what you'll pay for the reciprocation. It will be actually how much time you spend on it. And you could spend thousands and thousands of dollars, if you add it all up, on what you may invest in decoding yourself. And then you're like, oh, I want to decode my son or my daughter. And then you spend the time on that and you want to share it with them. I mean, it's the expense is going to be vast. You just will never see the money exchange, but it will be time that you'll have to spend on it. See, people don't look at these. They look at how much is it? It's not even a matter of how much is it. How much time are you going to spend with it? Each hour that you spend is time, which is going to cost you money. Because you could be taking that time that you would spend on decoding yourself and you could go get a part-time job and bring in money and with that time. But no, you're going to spend it on decoding yourself. And that's a lot of money. For some of you, it would equate to thousands of dollars decoding yourself with this system. I am Cairo says, what is your take on predictive programming? Well, just remove the predictive. Just programming. You're in a program. Start looking at life like a computer. You know, like the ideas you have, those are folders. You know, on your computer, you have folders, right? Well, the ideas you have are folders. Like if you got bullied in school, there's a folder inside of your brain with that bullied at school. And then inside the folder are memories, which are going to be transcripts, which are going to have text of what this person said and what you said and what you felt. There's going to be a screenplay inside that folder of you getting bullied. There could be a little movie out of it. If you start looking at life like that, it takes on a whole different meaning. Elemental Muzz says, do we have a tough time in USA, you think, to see 250 years? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yeah, someone says, Musasa says, so nothing is your fault. There's no such thing as fault. It's just something that happened. And when something happens, there's a reaction to that. If there's two parties involved and you get into a debate, like let's say you're arguing with your husband or your wife or your boyfriend and girlfriend, that's an argument, right? That's what you call it. We had an argument. Okay, what happened? There was yelling. Okay, so that was an activity. There was yelling. Okay, you yelled. We said some things to each other that were not nice. Okay, you said some things to each other that were not. That was another activity. But ultimately, it was a conversation. It was an argument, you call it. You wanted to be right. They wanted to be right. And the thing is you both were right. At the time when you're arguing, the only way an argument can exist is two people thinking they're right. Argument can't exist without two people thinking they're right. If both people agreed on the same thing, there wouldn't be an argument. An argument needs two people disagreeing. And they're both right at that moment in time. Then maybe later on, one will come to the other one and say, you know what, I was wrong. And that takes courage. But what did it teach you? That's the thing. What did that event teach you? That's the gratitude. Is what did it teach you? Maybe to stay away, maybe to draw closer, maybe to cut some ties, maybe to change something in your life, or they change something in their life. There's always a lesson learned with those things. But when you get really good at it, when you do the live and let live, you could start to observe somebody. You could see why they do the things that they do. And that's why relationships are the hardest, because like we strive to try to be right and prove everybody else wrong. And you want it your way. They want it their way. How do you come to a happy medium there? Sometimes you don't. And then say, oh, that's relationships. You have to sacrifice. That means somebody takes a loss. You do it, but you don't want to do it. Oh, I'm going to do it because I love you. Okay, cool. That's totally fine. But would you do it if you didn't love that person? Probably not. So you suffer. You will suffer, because if you do something to sacrifice for the other person, you don't do it because you want to do it. You do it because I love you. Okay, cool. Not dismissing that, but you will suffer because of it. And you may do it, and you, in your mind, you're like, this sucks. I hate this. Why am I doing this? And you don't say it. And if your partner heard what you're thinking, you get into another argument. Because a lot of the things that you think, You don't say them. And that's the thing about our reality, folks. Why are we so afraid to talk our minds? Why are we afraid to share our visions and thoughts? Because we don't want to piss somebody off? Or I don't want to hurt their feelings. You're not hurting. It's up to them to either, like when somebody says, you hurt my feelings. No, you hurt your feelings. I said something. You didn't have to react to it. I said it, but I didn't hurt your feelings. You hurt your feelings. You did it. I didn't do it. I can't make you feel a certain way. You got to do that. This is the challenge in the relationship department. And I'm not just saying this. I have a lot of experience in this, right? Is that people sacrifice their lives for the other person out of an act of love, but underneath it all, you suffer at some point with it because you don't want to do it. And you do it anyway. And if you had it your way, you wouldn't do it. And if you weren't in love, you wouldn't do it. So why do you do it? Because of love. And that, again, goes back to the love trap. So you'll suffer for love and you'll call it, I'm in love and I did it because, I just love her or I love him so much. And that's totally fine, right? I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm being neutral here. I'm just being an observer. But I'm just saying is the love trap. The trap is love. And you'll do things that you don't want to do, but you'll do them anyway. Because maybe you'll have to sleep on the couch or maybe you won't get some tonight. So there's this payoff. That you do it just to bite your tongue. Happy. You've heard this before, right? Happy wife, happy life. You know what that really means? I got to make my wife happy and I got to sacrifice my life just so I don't have to hear her complain. That's what it really means. Why can't there be like, you do you and I'm going to do me? You can't do that in a relationship. Not fully. Someone's going to be a loser in a relationship. Someone has to say, I'll watch your show tonight. Ugh. And you're sitting there like, oh my God. And you're like, oh my God, another one of these shows, another Hallmark show. Oh my God. I don't know if I can sit through this damn Hallmark show. Right? And now, or you get to pick it. And she's like, oh my God, another freaking Western. Oh, I'm going to shoot myself already. So really, you're sacrificing, but you're bitching about it, but you're not being authentic because you're not saying it. So we're not authentic human beings. We're inauthentic human beings, especially in relationships. That's what we do, man. And we hide it. We cover it up. And again, if you were really honest, you'd be like, oh my God, we got to watch another freaking Western? Are you kidding me? No, if you said that, you'd be like, well, I always watch what you want. And then there's the argument. See how it's a trap? So someone's got to sacrifice because you won't like it. It's like, well, we're so compatible, but you don't like Westerns. And you'll bitch in your mind, but you won't actually bitch to your husband or wife because you don't want to start an argument. So now you're not being authentic because you can't say what's on your mind. Because what happens if you say what's on your mind? We're going to get into an argument. Well, you wouldn't get into an argument if your other half would just take it. I don't freaking like Westerns. How about you just watch it on your own? Why do I got to sit there and watch you with the Western with you? You watch it. I'm going to go in the other room. Everybody's happy. I know, but you got to come cuddle with me and you got to, dude, I'll cuddle with you after the Western. How's that? No, it's a Jaguar behind me. All right, let's go into, thanks for all your comments. Cosmic Furniture says, can we use tropical in the course as well as sidereal? Yeah, you can use either one. But I'm going to show you how tropical... I know so there's going to be some people say, well, I resonate more with tropical. Have you ever had an actual reading done properly by the fixed star positions? Now, if the answer is no, well, then maybe you want to wait on that. Because I've already talked about this. That the moon, when it's a new moon, when it's a full moon, the moon can't be in two constellations at one time unless there's an overlapping constellation. For example, Aquarius. Let me take you guys all on a journey on this. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Okay, here's Stellarium. Let me come up to right now. This to me is probably the most accurate thing to use. Today's 7/4. 10/22. All right, let's get the... Okay, so this to me is the most accurate out of any system to use, charts included. I mean, if I go to an astrological chart like astro-seek.com, right? And I plug this in, you're going to get 30-degree increments of the zodiac, right? From 0 to 30. And you get the nakshatras in here, which is an added benefit above and beyond tropical. You'd have to add these in manually. I don't even know a system that has that online. But what's very interesting here is that these zodiac signs are very different in size. So if I go here and show you, like, take for example Aries. Look how small it is in comparison to Pisces. Look how big Pisces is. Pisces is one of the biggest. This is not 30 degrees. This is not 30 degrees. Aquarius, and here's the overlap, right? Aquarius's arm comes over the sign of Capricorn. So those of you that have any activity in this area right here, this is why you will generally resonate with the definition of either both or one or the other. Because of this overlap. The big gap in between Capricorn and Sagittarius. Now this is CGI, or computer graphics, so it's not to scale. It's not perfect, but there's a gap here. So, if you have a planet that sits right here in between Capricorn and Sagittarius, if you return to this, it will normally be in one of these zodiac signs. And therefore, it will not give you the accuracy that you're looking for. It will come close. So if you have your Venus here, let's say, well, then I, as a practitioner, would read from a Venus Capricorn perspective and a Venus Sagittarius perspective. Whereas if you look to the tropical, it's going to be 23 or 24 degrees into the future, which is not even accurate. But then people say, well, I really resonate with that. Well, you got all 12 houses, number one. And number two, there could be some other placements, like Sagittarius' rule is Jupiter. You may have some placement in Jupiter energy, which is going to give you some definitions of Sagittarius. Right? Scorpio, another constellation that somebody, whoa, a little wild ride here. Look how small Libra is. Right? Small. Virgo, the largest. That's more than 30 degrees. Leo, another one that kind of encroaches on, not like Aquarius and Capricorn, but another one that if you have something here as a celestial, well, then you would want to read from Leo and Virgo together and see which one you want to resonate with. And I'm going to show you during this course on how to do that to really finalize it. Cancer, another small sign. I mean, this is the sun right now, Gemini. How the hell can the sun be in Cancer? Where tropical tells you. Tropical astrology will tell you the sun is in Cancer. It can't be in two places at one time. So knowing how this stuff works is very, very important, especially with the rising sign. Right now, on March 21st, the sun is not in Aries anymore. It is in Pisces. It has been in Pisces for a long time. And that means the fall equinox is in Libra. I mean Virgo, not Libra. The fall equinox is in Libra. Taurus is another decent size. Taurus kind of see how it's lined up with Aries here? And it's really interesting because Aries is not even on the ecliptic. These stars are not even on, if you start to include the feet and all that stuff. And then you do have the aspect, those of you that follow Ophiuchus, you're going to have, the reason why Ophiuchus is here is because Ophiuchus has this star right here that sits just over the ecliptic, which is why some people include this as a small sector of the 13 signs. But the Ophiuchus definition it will be a collection of Sagittarius and Scorpio, a blend of the two, because it sits in between both. So this, to me, folks, this is what now, like, as I've graduated and refined and those of you that I've given readings to, normally it was a tropical and Vedic side by side, and you're going to resonate with both of them, of course. But if we're going to get really finicky and we're going to get really precise here, well, if I'm going to give you a reading right now, I would never say your sun is in Cancer, because it's not. It's not here yet. Like if you go to the current chart, watch, current astrology chart, you go to the most popular, which is astro.com. And I click on that, you'll see it shows the sun is in 13 degrees Cancer. Here's the chart, right? Here's the sun in Cancer. Well, okay, let's go back here. Cancer's all the way down here. It's not even near it. Venus in Gemini. What does this have for Venus? 21 degrees Cancer. Right there. So if you're giving a reading to somebody, say, yeah, your Venus is in Cancer. Well, dude, it's not in Cancer. But you got Mercury here, right? So you're going to get a definition of Mercury, which will come to an aspect of having some traits of Venus in Cancer. So when you start to read Mercury in Cancer, it will sound like Venus in Cancer. Because a celestial in a zodiac sign is going to pick up the traits of that zodiac sign. And it's so easy to read astrology. It's like, okay, what is the job of Mercury? Mercury is the way you think. Right? The way you think is Mercury. Not the way you feel, it's the way you think. So this person right here, born today, has a Mercury in Cancer. Well, what is Cancer? Love, compassion, family. So this person is going to think that way. That's how they're going to be looking at the world for survival. Because this reality, if you start looking at astrology as survival, how do you survive? How do you show up? The way you think, Cancer. And then you got to look to where the moon's at. Because the moon is the ruler of Cancer. So then you plug in the moon, and the moon is right here, at the feet of Gemini. So now the way you feel about the world has a lot to do with the way you think, because Mercury is ruled by the moon, and the moon is in Gemini. So the way you feel about stuff is going to be Gemini-based, which is ruled by Mercury. So this is why someone says, well, the tropical says this, the definitions, the reason why is because of the lapse. The moon is the ruler of Cancer, and Mercury's in Cancer, and Mercury's the ruler of Gemini. So it gets complicated. Because you got to know which one lords over which one. And you got to look at the moon over here and get the definition being in Gemini. The twins. And, then what, when I do readings, I tell people, okay, this zodiac sign is like a hotel, right? It's a hotel. And so the sun is coming here, and now the sun wants to rent a room from the hotel of Gemini, right? So the sun comes and says, oh, hey, Gemini, can I spend a little bit of time here with you? Sure. Okay, well, what are your rules? And Gemini says, well, my ruler, my boss is Mercury. Oh, I love Mercury because that's my best buddy. Okay, well, if you're going to stay here, this is all about invention, fast movement, commerce, talking, communication. We do a lot of talking in this hotel. We do a lot of communication in this hotel. We do a lot of thinking in this hotel because Mercury's my boss. So we think a lot here. Oh, okay, I can do that. So then the sun comes in here. What's the sun? What's the soul? The spirit, the logos. The sun is the flashlight. It lights everything up. So it enhances the hotel. It makes the hotel brighter. So now the energy of the hotel is communicative. It's creative. It's mercurial, right? If it's fast movement, a lot of thoughts coming in. Well, that shit gets heated up even more because the sun illuminates it even more. So this person that's born on this day, having a Gemini sun, can be somebody who's very quick-witted, somebody who's very intelligent, somebody who could be a natural-born salesman. It just depends on the cards, what your birth card is, what your spirit card is. You have to add that in, what the numerology of your name is, what the birthday is. Like today being the 4th of July, the 4, right? So there's a lot of energy and focus on Cancer because Cancer in tropical, through the old aspects, Cancer being the 4th sign. But Gemini can also be the 4th sign. So then you add that layer into it. So yes, it can get very complicated. Then you add your human design. Maybe this person's going to be a projector. Maybe they're going to be a guide. How are they going to guide the world? Through a lot of talking, through a lot of communication, through a lot of intelligence. Maybe they'll invent something. They also have Venus here. Venus is here as well. So now it's not even a matter of their spirit being here, but now Venus is renting a room from Gemini. And Venus does the same thing. Hey, Gemini, can I rent a room? And Gemini's like, sure. What can I do here? Well, what do you do, Venus? Well, I love, man. I want all the finer things in life. I'm all about lust and desire, and so now you have somebody with a Venus, and now this person can be very like dating a lot of people at one time, not being able to commit, because Gemini is ruled by Mercury, which is Quicksilver. Maybe very flirtatious, Venus and Gemini, right? With the sun there on top of it. Yeah, it can make somebody like that. Because the hotel that Venus is staying at is Gemini-based, which is Mercurial-based. But then you come down to Mercury. The Mercury's here, so, okay, well, where's your boss? Well, my boss is in the other hotel, in Cancer's hotel. Oh, well, what's it doing there? Well, it's hanging out with Cancer. And what's Cancer? Love and romance. So this person, clearly is, if you want to win their heart, talk dirty to them. Talk to them. They may like intelligence. They may like you to tell them things. Tell them stories. Tell them how you're going to sweep them off their feet. Tell them how you're going to build the dream house for them. Because this is a lot of Cancerian. This is a lot of moon energy. So the romance is here. And the moon's here, right? Still in Gemini. So there's a lot of communication. This person would want to communicate a lot. You could make them fall in love with you by communicating with them a lot. Your communication should be wide open here. Should be no secrets, right? Honest and authenticity and integrity here, right? But a lot of intelligence and a lot of communication, a lot of creativeness, and that Cancer energy makes them. Their Mercury comes into Cancer, and Mercury's Quicksilver, so it's moving quick, fast. So it comes into the house of Cancer, and Cancer's like, hey, Mercury, slow it down, man. We got a speed limit in here. It's water. Well, I'm a water sign. You can't move quick through here. So Mercury now is underwater. So now he's got to follow the rules of a water sign when Mercury is an air sign. Air and water, it's like, I want to move quick. And Cancer's like, hey, listen, just slow down, man. It's all about loving here, care, compassion. With Mercury. It's a lot of fun when you start looking at it like a hotel. It's a lot of fun. Why won't this damn Scorpio? I don't know why this thing won't. Jupiter. Jupiter, the largest planet, comes in, right? Jupiter's job is to what? Expand. So right now, Jupiter's in Taurus. Who's Taurus's landlord? Venus. So now Taurus, the hotel of Taurus, Jupiter's like, can I stay here, Taurus? Sure. Well, Jupiter loves it here because Jupiter's really in cahoots with Venus. Venus is Aphrodite, which is spirit into matter. Jupiter does a lot of that through the mythologies. So Jupiter's very comfortable here. Jupiter's job is like to expand. So Taurus is like, listen, if you're going to come in here, I'm a bull, right? I like all the finer things and luxuries. Venus is my landlord, my boss. So if you're going to do any expansion here, it has to be through that Venus influence of luxury and the finer things in life. So whatever you're going to expand, do it through those aspects of the Taurus energy. And Jupiter's like, I can do that. Now, Jupiter can do anything it wants when it's in a sign. It just wants to expand. So this person here will have the best benefits in life when they're in a very comfortable situation. Taurus means structure and stability. So in order for this person to expand their consciousness, in Jupiter energy, they need to be comfortable. They need to be in a sort, they need to be well off. They need to be in a structured environment. They like structured environments. They will expand when they are in structured environments. You think about this, folks, when you're somebody who, if you have any Taurian energy and you're a structured kind of person, if you're living in a scarcity type mindset, you are not functioning at a homeostasis level. This needs that to function at a high level. Jupiter wants to expand, and Taurus is like, well, hold on, man. I'm plowing the fields. I'm taking it slow. I'm not in a rush. It's all about beauty in here. It's all about the energy of Venus, and Venus is down here in Virgo. So now we have to come down here, and we see that Venus is going to influence Jupiter by being in Gemini. So then you'll talk about, well, the expansion of you will be through this Taurian energy, but there will be a heavily influence of Gemini energy, which is the sun's there and the moon's there. So now it can get complicated, yeah. But if you start looking at this like hotels and you're renting a room, it's the same thing. This energy. You just got to know the definitions of what Gemini means, who the ruler is, and then what kind of influence we have here. Essentially, we have Venus and the sun conjunct the moon here, a new moon coming in, so new ideas, right? But if somebody goes and files tropical, they'll be like, oh, the moon's in Cancer. So now they're going to tell you something that is just not true. Oh, well, the moon's in Cancer, the new ideas, they got to be through the Cancerian energy. That's not even possible. But there'll be traits because Mercury's in Cancer. And because of all 12 zodiac signs. This is a team effort. Every single one of these is a team effort. All of it. And let me see, I have, I have my Aphrodite coming out. Will be on my Patreon, folks. How big of an influence that she is in this whole scheme of things. I'm just going to show you this. But this is how big Venus is in all this. If you follow Dr. Eamon Hillman and his Lady Bamelot channel, he talks a lot about Madeira, which is which I think is tied to Venus, the clan of Venus. And I'm telling you, like Jesus, the whole story of Jesus is about eating the body and drinking the wine and reincarnation. That's all Venus energy, because Venus is spirit. That's what the circle is, and the cross is matter. That's why you'll never see me wear one of these. Ever. Because it represents duality. Spirit coming down into duality. Into Pandora's box. And this is not an accident, right? Pandora's box is 45, February 14th, which is the day of Valentine's Day, is the 45th day of the year. Not an accident. That's how valuable Chaldean numerology is. The 45th card in the tarot is the Nine of Cups, which is wish fulfillment. So every time a body incarnates into matter, it's wish fulfillment, because now there's another player on the board. And when you look at the human design, if you're a fan of human design, here it is. Here's how amazing this system is. Gate 45 is in the throat position, which is how you speak your magic spells, which is tied to Pandora's box. And if you know what Gate 45 is, go look it up. Gate 45 human design. I'm not going to give it all away. But Gate 45 is in a connecting channel with Gate 21, and that's the desire. This is lust. They're going to call this the heart, but it's your desire, your heart's desire. And now you get love. 21 right there. So Pandora's box and love are tied right together in human design in this connecting channel. Coincidence? Hell no. There's no such thing. This is what it means. This is why Valentine's Day. Valentine, Saint Valentine. It's all tied to Venus. She's one of the 7 archons, ladies and gentlemen. Right here. She's one of the 7 archons. Right there. I got this whole thing coming out. All of this. Going to talk all about it. Aphrodite. Okay? And what this whole thing means. Being on the silver screen. You're in a movie. And you're the little devil down here. A little devil dog. Right? Silver. This is the 144,000, which just take 144, divide it by 2, and what will you get? 72, which is the 72 angels and demons. 72 plus 72, 144. Both of these reduced down to the number 9. This is Adam, the story of the first man, being on television. You're being watched. This man right here was the discoverer of neodymium, Carl. His full birth certificate name with his mother's maiden name on the back end, 108, which is silver. What is silver? The silver screen. You're in Hollywood. Hollywood is Earth. It's just that simple. All right. So there you go. Some sneak peek stuff. Yeah, Venus is the Ankh, exactly. And Ankh is 13 in numerology. And 13 is the death card in numerology. 13 is the king of hearts, the king of love. So the archon associated, Astapheos, the archon Astapheos is Venus. The archon in the 7 archons, Venus. And Venus sits in the middle. 3 planets on the bottom, Sun, Moon, Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn above. 3 and 3. Venus sits in the middle. That's a big deal. That's why I'm telling you, folks, love is the trap, man. I know it's like it's like, well, what do I do with that? Just keep doing you. But I'm just telling you. You're not doing anything wrong, and you're exactly where you need to be. But I'm just telling you that the trap in this reality is love. Sex and humping and screwing and sex and humping and screwing and making babies. I told you, man, it's an on-off switch when I go outside. I go outside, I see animals. They want food, water, and they want to have sex. They don't even think about it. So we got a million cats and dogs and stray. That's just the way it is. And they all become a food source. Not that anybody's hunting cats and dogs, but they're going to die one day, or they're going to get attacked by an animal, or a crocodile's going to get them, or whatever. But eventually they're going to die. They're going to go to the ground. They're going to go back to the dust. And now Pluto has it. Hades, Prometheus, underground. Mahasaya says, if you have the moon, silver, and Capricorn, buy silver. That's the other thing, folks. I'm here to tell you, I'm going to tell you something pretty big. The moon's not silver. The moon's not silver. It's selenium. And when I come out with this Aphrodite, there'll be no doubt about it that it's not silver, it's selenium. Selenium comes from the Greek word selene, which means moon. Let me show you this. Go to the periodic table. Okay? We've been told, oh, silver is the moon. Well, not according to the research that I've been shown. This is the moon. What do you got there? Does that look like a moon? Right here. The name is from the word Selene, which is the Greek name for the moon. So gold is the sun. Yeah, there's the sun. But when I go to silver, do you see a moon there? No. So silver is not the moon. Selenium is the moon. I mean, even the discovery date, 18 is the moon card, 17 is the earth. Even that, the subtleties that most people don't know if you don't know the tarot. This is the element for the moon, not silver. I'll be showing that and supporting that in the full Aphrodite decode. Whoops. But, of course, there are people out there that will say the moon is silver, and, of course, because of that magic spell, it's silver. So, I will say, yeah, the moon is silver because people say it's silver. But when you do the alchemical lineup, the sun, gold, the moon, silver. Selenium. What's after the moon? Mercury. What's Mercury? Mercury on the periodic table. What's Venus? Copper. What's Mars? Iron. What's Jupiter? Tin. What's Kronos? Lead. So you have lead, tin, iron, copper, selenium, gold, and mercury. Those are the 7 alchemical aspects making up the 7 classical planets, which make up the 7 archons. And Aphrodite sits right in the middle. Copper sits right in the freaking dead center. To be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, what I think silver is, it's earth. I think silver is earth. Silver screen. You're on the silver screen. That's earth. Silver is earth. Selenium is the moon. Silver City, Las Vegas. You have the Silver State. There's a lot of silver there. But silver's on the earth. Las Vegas is called, Nevada's the Silver State because there's a lot of silver there. But Las Vegas is located on earth, not the moon. Silver to me would be the earth. But that's just my research. You don't have to believe that. I know I come across like, oh, you think you know it all. And I get a lot of people like that. Well, I stand in my truth like you do. I talk like it's the ultimate truth. Sometimes I may come across that way. But I'm very confident in the research that I show. But I can tell you right now, honestly and authentically, when we're saying wrong, I've been wrong more times than I can tell you. Like if you go through my decodes over all these years, there's shit in there that I got that's not right. I have stuff that's added up wrong. I have things that are not in the right place. That's just the way it is. I don't have it all figured out, and I don't have everything right. I'm totally fine with that. Lovetto says, is selenium related to reincarnation? Maybe. I think it would be copper more than anything else. But I think that if we're going to talk about the archons and the classical lineup of the planets, which if you look at it from a nucleus perspective, you know, you have the nucleus, the atom, and then around the atom, you have the electrons, which potentially could be the planetary positions. Remember, inside, when you go study chemistry, you have the protons and the neutrons. And then you have the electrons. Right? So it's a three-way process. All right, let's let me show you another sneak peek here. How about this? If you're a decoder, right? I got this decode coming out. Been working on it. You know, I mean, the two main characters that play Jesus and Lucifer. Jim Caviezel and Thomas Ellis. Jim plays Jesus. Thomas plays Lucifer. And when you do the date in between those guys' birthdays, you get 3,704, which is the same numbers that G-O-D in numerology come out with. On top of that 3,704 days in between, we just go to the periodic table and you're going to get, no, that's not it. It's, which one is it? 30. Is it 30? Is it selenium? No. It's, copper. No. Damn, which one is it? I guess I'm gonna have to go to my Aphrodite and see because I don't remember which one it was. Oh, yeah, that's right. It was this. You see this number right here? See that 3,407 degree boiling point for vanadium? Well, it just so happens that it's the same numbers as neodymium. 3,074. Remember that 144? That neodymium? 3,074. See that boiling point for this? What's that clue? The days in between Jim and Thomas, the guys that casted to play Jesus and Lucifer, match that boiling point of neodymium, which is the 144, which is what, folks? What is it? It's the 144,000, and it's tied to neodymium. This is the man who discovered it. His name is tied to silver, the silver screen, which is tied to Adam. these two guys who played Jesus and Lucifer, they end up being tied to the neodymium, and the 144 is the 72 angels and demons. You would have the angel and the demon here. Both necessary to feed off of each other. When you look at this, when you look at because a lot of people say it's not Jesus, it's not Jesus, it's Yeshua. Okay, well, I'm glad you brought that up. Here is the full, because Hebrew is the language that developed coding words into numbers, which the proper name is gematria. We use numerology, but this is the Hebrew practice of taking letters, the Hebrew alphabet, and making a number attached to it. And this is the full Hebrew, the originality of it, where you get into triple digits. Well, Yeshua reduces all the way down to the number 8, and Lucifer, or Halel, in Isaiah 14 verses 12, reduces all the way down to number 3. And what happens when you bring 8 and 3 together? You get a partnership. How about that? And what's the partnership? DNA. Because double helix in the original Greek is that 38. See, this double helix is the Jesus-Lucifer energy. And this is what you have. The DNA strands. How many strands? And on top of that, folks, how many strands? 191. What's 191 in the periodic table? Osmium. Osmium is the 191. Right there. The Wizard of Oz. The Wizard of Osmium. So this is made up of this. What does an 8 and what does a 3 have in common? They come together and they look exactly alike. The 3 is a broken 8. 8 is the prison. This is the number 8 right here. You see the number 8 in the DNA? You see it? Okay. So now you see it. So now you know, folks. This person has a job to do. This energy has a job to do, just like this energy has a job to do. And they're all stories told. All of these are stories. Even their birth cities. Jim, born in Mount Vernon, Washington. Tom Ellis, Cardiff, Wales. Do the numerology of it. What do you get? Same outcome. Coincidence? Is this just a mere coincidence? Is this some kind of mocking going on by some secret organization on the world stage? Someone trying to get one past you? Do you think this guy knows that? Do you think this dude knows that? I guarantee they don't have any idea. They have no idea that these come out like this. Zero idea. Clueless. Why? Because they are being used to be actors. That's it. That's all their job is, to be little actors. So now you know it's a partnership, ladies and gentlemen. There's the DNA right there. It's a partnership. Why do you think that they have the numerology of their birth cities like that? I even have their the distance between. I'm not even going to get into that. You wait till I show you all this, folks. It's a scandal. The whole thing is a freaking scandal. That's why you'll never see me pledge to any of that stuff. It's so funny. Once you see it, it's hilarious. Then it just becomes a laughable thing. It's not serious anymore. It's funny. Yeah, copper's amazing. Someone said, grow your garden with copper, drink water, copper bracelets. But copper's amazing. Abe says, do you think they're not aware of the esoteric? No way. No, I doubt it. I would put money on it. They have no idea. Jim is heavily invested in the Mormonism is heavily invested in all that stuff. That's who funded the Sound of Freedom, which idea it should be called the Sound of Crypto. That's what the movie should have been called. It's all Mormon based. That old church. And then if you study that stuff, which is kind of interesting, but it becomes even more comical because you have Joseph Smith who was told to go dig up these gold tablets and no one has the gold tablets. They're missing. I think maybe they were hanging out with the people that said that they lost the instructions on how to go to the moon. That could be possible. I bet there's something. Now that could be a conspiracy. The same people who dug up the gold tablets from the Mormonism, they were the ones that went to the moon. And now they can't find the tablets and they can't find the instructions on how to go to the moon. That's probably what happened. I'm pretty sure of it. Come on, folks. Ain't no damn gold tablets. Shit. Holy shit. Oh, man. So hilarious. Kilo Alpha Tango says there is profit in division. Bingo. There's no profit in unification. There's no profit in nirvana. There shouldn't be any profit in it anyway. Profit is here in duality. Duality is the ruler of profit. And I'm not talking about a profit. I'm talking about money, currency. To keep this thing going, you need, if you do that work for me, I'll pay you for it. You need it. So yeah, I mean that I'm working. I have the Mormonism. I have that coming out. I'm working on that. It's just, I mean, I don't know if you knew this or not, folks. I'll just show you this. Now you got to know what you're looking at, obviously, right? But this right here, that's the Mormon temple. Right? And they got inverted pentagrams. Now, you got to know what that means, but that's kind of like, well, what is that all about? Why would you have that? Well, you got to know what it means pointing down. Because it's collecting. Tons of them, man, on this beautiful temple. You got the sun there. See that sun? This is all paganism. Paganism meaning the worship of the sun and the moon. That's why they do Passover, and the Passover has got to be a certain sunset, and the moon has to be in a certain position. This is all paganism, with paganism meaning the worship of the sun and the moon. All this. I mean, it's pretty clear. Big fat sun right there. Hello. You can't miss it. This is on a church. You can't miss this stuff, folks, once you start looking at it. But you got to know what the right side up versus the upside down one means. But you see, this is why no. Once you start seeing this on a church, and you know what the church is all about, You can't get mad at it. Again, this is an archetype. But its job is designed to harvest your energy and to give you something to look forward to. And the opposite, obviously, is the doom and gloom. This is why Jesus in Revelation, when Jesus is talking to the church, I think I have, do I have it? Right here. When Jesus is talking to the church of Laodicea, right? And Dr. Hillman talks about this. I think I have it right here. Yeah. Dr. Hillman was talking about this with Danny, right? He mentions this 3 verses 18 somewhere in here. Here it is right there. He talks about it, and he gives his narration on it, but he doesn't fully cover everything. He doesn't give you all the nuts and bolts of this. Because what's happening here in Revelation is Jesus is talking to one of the 7 major churches in Turkey. And one of them is the church of Laodicea. And Laodicea was known, it was a very rich city. It was known to manufacture wool, and it was known to produce an eye salve that was used to treat eye diseases. That's what the text says. That's what the research shows. So what Hillman talks about is, he says this is what Christ means. It's a drug. But what Jesus is referencing here is he's doing a parable, and he's telling them that you need to buy gold from me and be rich from me, and to put eye salve on your eyes that you may see my spirituality, not what I believe what Hillman's claiming that he's saying. When you study this Revelation 3 verses 18. I covered this all in my Lukewarm Decoded, which is on my Patreon. See? So this is all about lukewarm. But of course, what Jesus says here is, hey, you're either going to be hot or cold, man, but you can't be lukewarm. So what does hot and cold mean? That's going to give you the winning hand. You got to be either one. Well, I'm not going to be either one of those. Me personally, I'm going to be lukewarm. I don't want what you got, what you're selling. Because to me, what you're selling is reincarnation. And I covered all that in my Lukewarm Decoded. It's out on my Patreon right now. Covered the whole thing. And showed you exactly how I break it all down and what the history says on Revelation 3 verses 15, 16, 17, 18, all the lukewarm, hot and cold stuff. But that's why, like, when Hillman's talking about, he doesn't tell you what the whole allegorical, what it's talking about. Jesus is talking to one of the 7 major churches, and one of them is Laodicea in Turkey. And that place back in that day, they had an eye ointment. Well, Jesus doesn't have an eye ointment, but he's talking about a allegorical aspect. Well, if you put stuff that I gave you on my eyes, which is tied to gold, light, you'd be able to see. That was the whole example of it, but you didn't hear that. And I'm waiting for Hillman to come out with that. He hasn't come out with that. I don't know why, but. But folks, the word. See, because when I was watching Hillman and I was listening to his stuff, and he's a very interesting guy. He has a lot of good information, and he does put a lot of holes and stuff that is like, especially the washing of the feet of the disciples and Jesus doing it naked and stuff. It's just that's like a big problem for the church, big. And I already covered this in my last video of What's Your Question last week, where I showed that Matthew 26 and 27 is the same scriptures used for the whole Judas and all that. The numbers match up. The numbers are scary for the church. Not in a good way. But the word Christ, he's using it. What Hillman's doing is he's using it from a pharmacology perspective. Now he's saying drug-induced. I have yet to see anything from the Greek scriptures that shows that. He's referencing pharmacology books. That's fine, but how do you put those into the context of the biblical aspect? I haven't seen that yet. I went through the whole Danny podcast twice. So if you want to get to linguistics, Christos comes from, it's the verb that creates the word. It's krio. Krio creates Christos. And what is krio? Chromium, light. Go to the periodic table. Krio, chromium, light. Chromium being the 24th element. Jesus equaling 24. Light. Slowed down into physical matter. Reincarnation. So, at the end of the day, what Hillman's saying is, hail Satan. Yeah, because all the stuff in this reality, the Bible, the religions, it's all part of that construct. So in a sense, I like what he's saying. Yeah, and I know what he says about Colty talks as Jesus was a you-know-what. Yeah. Now, there is some merit to that because of the story of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane, and there's a naked boy that runs up to Jesus and runs away. And what's that all about? That's a big problem for the church because there's no explanation for it. None. But then he goes on to say, well, the disciples were children. And he does reference them as children, but there are scriptures that have Simon Peter having a mother-in-law. Jesus went to go heal Simon Peter's mother-in-law. Well, that means that he was married, and you can't be a child and be married. Logically. And then when he went and grabbed Matthew to be one of his disciples, Jesus came up on Matthew, and he was at the table of the tax room. Well, how would you be a kid at the table of the tax? And he says, come follow me. Give up all that shit and come follow me. That was a dude, man. So there are scriptures that support disciples being adults. But that doesn't mean that there's other ones in there that don't say anything that he could be right. There could be kids. Some of the disciples could be kids. I mean, if you say, oh, they were fishermen, they were fishing. A lot of kids fish. So that's kind of a moot point. But the tax with Matthew and Simon Peter having a mother-in-law, that pretty much solidifies that those two dudes were guys. But maybe they were part of his clan and they were doing who knows what. I don't know. I wasn't there. And it's an allegorical story anyway, so that's a moot point. But he's an interesting guy altogether. And when I do the decode of him, I don't have much to go off of, but I'm going to go off of his YouTube channel. Wait till I show you what his your YouTube channel, folks. If you're a decoder, the first thing, and you're going to look at somebody, you want to go look at what their YouTube channel is, because it will tell you a lot about what they're doing on the world stage and how they're behaving and what influences there are, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, if you're somebody who, let me show you something, right? I'll show you how important this is. If you go to YouTube, and you know this guy, I don't know if you know who this is. What's his name? Who's the guy that says, raise the frequency? My friend loves him. God, I can't even think. I'm getting my brain. Who is that guy? Raise the frequency. I can't even remember who it is. Somebody's got to tip me off. I can't remember. So somebody will know. Somebody tell me who that person is. I can't remember who it was. Ralph Smart. Thank you. Okay. Let me show you. This is what I do as a decoder to get a deeper understanding. Now, I know that Ralph Smart was born on March 3rd. Okay, I already know he was born on March 3rd. Right? Now look how many subscribers he's got. 2 million. So he's a big influencer. Right? Well, he was born on March 3rd. Right here. So he's got the 7 of spades, and any of you sevens, this is a mystical card. And the spade is spirituality, so he's a spiritual mystic. Fits the bill of him, right? Well, then you say, okay, well, what kind of message is he trying to put out? Right? Well, now I'm going to go and I'm going to look to see when he created his channel. When did he create his channel? January 19th. Well, what is 19? The sun card, number 1. But then I go to January 19th, and what do we have? The 8 of diamonds. This is one of the cards of Lucifer. Now, I'm not saying that, because when I say Lucifer, people instantly and automatically think that it's the devil. Well, folks, this reality is operated by a Ponzi scheme. It's the force. You're just tapping into it. So forget all the titles. But this 8 is the 8 of diamonds, and this card is a very fortunate card to have for financial gains. Right? It's a very financial card in the deck. It can be. So he's a mystic born on March 3rd, which can be 33 from the Gregorian perspective, 3-3. So he's got the Christ energy. He has a mystical shaman 7 of spades, and he opens up his channel on the 8 of diamonds, which is fortunate blessings and money and hard work. And the guy pumps out video after video, and he's got 2 million subscribers. I'm telling you, this guy is not in control of his reality, just like I'm not. But he's doing his job. He's an influencer. That's what he's doing. Right? He's got books. He's a writer. I mean, this is how if you want to know about somebody, go look at when they join their YouTube channel. And then if you know their birthday, you'll get a sense of what their whole thing's about. That's what you're going to do. And I know some of you're going to go to my channel and do the same thing. I have the Ace of Diamonds. So you have an 8 of spades and an Ace of Diamonds. And you got to know what the two mean to get a deeper picture. That's all you have to do as a decoder, is just start looking and observing your reality around you and the people that you follow, because it's all scripted. It wasn't chosen by them. It was chosen for them. So Sonia says, yep, I got the feeling in a short time he was money motivated. Well, I mean, that's a major driver for his channel. He's got the 8 of diamonds. So as long as he's willing to work hard, he'll be rewarded for it. For sure. Do you think he's not going to take the money? Of course he's taking the money. He may do some nice things with it. He seems like I consider him genuine and authentic. He's an influencer. He's here to help the world, right? But he's a marketer, just like I am. Just every time I listen to him, he's like, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Make sure you hit why are you going to tell me that? Why do people have to constantly make sure you hit the subscribe button and hit the like button? It's like before you even start your damn video, it's like you're automatically trying to tell me to hit the like button and subscribe. Why? Because you want to make your shit grow. And there's nothing, I'm not saying anything bad about that. I'm just saying is that this is a machine, man. The machine is marketing to you. So 2 million subscribers, got a lot of people that he's influencing to go out there and be the best human being you can. Does a lot of good for the world, right? What he's doing. I don't belittle anything. I just I'm an observer. I'm a fan of the code. And it's the machine that's doing it. It's not us as people. We're not doing it. We're just along for the ride. Debbie Kennedy says, so the higher the diamond, the more you are greedy. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. It will depend on your astrological chart. It will depend on your birthday, what number you have, your life path. There are all these factors, human design, personality types. There are all these factors to consider besides just the card that you get. But the diamond suit, again, if you watched the podcast with Sharon and I, Sharon specifically gave the breakdown of the 4 suits and how the diamonds are motivated by physicality and money. The hearts are motivated by love and cooperation. The spade suit are motivated by spirituality and esoteric. That's what do you think I'm motivated by? And then the club suit are motivated by the mind and the mental realm and thoughts and ideas. So you got to figure out what your 2 cards are. So I have a spade and a club. So I'm motivated by spirituality and ideas through spirituality. And then my YouTube channel is an Ace of Diamonds. And the Ace of Diamonds is a card of finances, yes. But it's also a dedication of which way you're going to go because it's the beginning of the fork in the road. So like the 2 of Diamonds, like that's a card normally known as very, very fortunate because it represents any of the 2s, duality. Remember the current president of China, 2 of Diamonds, the current president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, 2 of Diamonds, 2 of the most powerful leaders, 2 of Diamonds. 2s are very powerful because they represent the beta, the bet, the alphabet. How do you figure out both cards? All right, let me take you on that journey. So you got to have this chart, right? This is the boilerplate chart for the cards of illumination. I've given it out so many times. If you don't have this by now, I mean, you can find it online, but if you want this, just send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, and I'll send it to you. But this is the boilerplate chart for the cards of illumination. That's what I call them. Over here is the master spirit configuration. These cards do not move. They are fixed. I call this the handler. This card that you have over here is your handler. Like when you go walk your dog, you're the handler. You're in control of the dog. Well, what's running you? This is part of it. If you want to know what's running your mind, then you will look to the spirit side. Over here is called the Master Life configuration, otherwise known as your ego card. This is tied to ground zero. Like when you came out of your mother's womb, you're located in here somewhere. So, let's look at Ralph Smart, right? Ralph Smart has the 7 of spades right here, right? He sits in the Uranus-Jupiter line. Pretty good combination when you have expansion and heaven here. The mystic. Over here, in his spirit side, he's got the King of Diamonds. So it's not only that his YouTube channel is on the 8 of Diamonds, but he's got the damn King of Money as his spirit card, as his handler. So what do you think this combination means for Ralph Smart and why he's got 2 million subscribers? Well, first and foremost, because he was supposed to. But secondly, when you look just to his handler card, he's being handled by the King of Money. And he's being used as a human being through the spiritual mystic. So he becomes a spiritual mystic online, and he's being led by the King of Money. And he's got over 2 million subscribers. I'd say that fits the bill for Ralph Smart. And he's got a 3 birthday, which is very creative. The 3 numerology, super creative people. Use their voice. It's a mercurial energy, right? Gemini, it's a Gemini number. So if I looked at his astrological map, I would just look, where's his Gemini at? He does a lot of talking. He's good at what he does. So all you got to do is look for your birth card over here And then once you find it, then you look over here to see what your handler card is. Right? That's all you have to do. And there's a lot of factors that play into it. So if you're a 4 of clubs, well, then you just come over here. You're being handled by the 5 of clubs, which is you're never going to be satisfied. Your mind's always going to be on the hunt for something better, something better, something better, something better. Looking for the happy home, looking for the structured life, but your 5 is like, that's not good enough. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. And that's your power. Your power is variety and change to build the structure that you need in life. Right? It's just so simple once you know. And all this is numerology. Any 5, if you're born in the 5th, you're ants in pants. You can't sit still. That's how you read the charts. That's how you read the cards. Okay. James Bond, what does the 10 of diamonds mean? Look it up. Here, I'm going to give you, rather than me go through all the cards here, I'm going to give you the website. There it is. I'm just going to put it at the very top. I'm going to pin it to the top. So there it is. It's at the very top. Just click on the link, plug in your birthday. It'll tell you all about the 10 of diamonds. 10 of diamonds, Jim Carrey's got that card. Michael Pence has that card. Michael Jackson, Prince, those guys had that card. It's a card of fortunate blessings. Does it mean that you're guaranteed to have fortunate blessings? No. Tom Brady, 10 of diamonds, 7 Super Bowl rings. Does it mean you're guaranteed to have money and fortunate blessings? Not necessarily. But it is a factor that can be present in your life. It's paired with the Queen of Clubs. So essentially there is this layer of you where you want the money, but you want the wisdom. You want to know how it all works. Queen of Clubs. The runner of the simulation. She creates the simulation. The Matrix, the Queen of Clubs. Which is the graveyard. Well, if you're a 3 of clubs, let me show you. I can't do this for everybody because I'd just be here all night. Whoops. 3 of clubs right here, right? Now, what's the energy of the 3 of clubs? It sits in the Saturn line and the Mars line, right? And you like what zodiac sign, what sun and all the other celestials, what's influencing? This is the card of the game master. What do I mean by the game master? All the 3s. 3, the Trinity, down here in this reality. Right? The 3s represent the Trinity. This is the birth card for Thomas John Ellis, who they cast to play Lucifer. So it's tied to the game master of this reality. Why? Because this card right here is a club, and the club is the mind, and the mind wants to experience this reality through travel. It wants to experience this reality through trying things and cuisines and cultures. When you look to the tarot card, I don't have it. Okay, well, this is the 3 of Wands. And somebody like you, the 3 of clubs, it's a lot of travel or wanting to do a lot of travel. It wants to move to and from the earth. It's a Saturn energy, which is a fixed aspect of it, but it's a Mars energy. So what is Mars? Action. It's an action-based energy, and you have to do it. Now, the card that is the ruler of the 3 of clubs is the 5 of diamonds. And the 5 of diamonds is another 5 that can't sit still. So what does it want to do on all the adventures? Not only does it want to be wined and dined and have a great time and go on all these adventures and study cuisines and cultures and maybe a multiple linguistic and whatever it is you want to be, but you're going to want to have fun doing it. The 5 of diamonds is the card it wants to have, it's the pentacle. So 5s are busy, variety, change, a lot of change. So you could have ups and downs with finances. Again, it's a Mars Saturn, so there's karma here, and you have all this Saturn energy here in this row. So this, the Mars energy is tied to your drive. So you'd want to look to where your Mars energy is. Where's your Mars located at? Where's your Chronos located at in your zodiac wheel? Not tropical, sidereal. Da Vinci is asking, when will we see the lukewarm? It's already released. You have to be a member of Patreon. You have to go donate it to Patreon. I've made 3 tiers now. There's a $7 tier now, so you can jump on there and you can watch the lukewarm and all the other decodes that I've pumped out, Masonic Flat Earth and all the other big ones that you're not going to find on the YouTube channel. You just got to go to the Patreon. Debbie, I don't have a class yet, but I will. Is 18 the most masculine number combo? Not necessarily. Any number combination can be very masculine. What do I think about? James Bond says, what do I think about moon babies? I don't even know what that means. All right, I'm going to call it a night. Let me just pull a couple cards and we're going to get out of here. Thanks, everybody, for joining in tonight. It's been a lot of fun. This has been a fun broadcast. We got a hurricane coming in here in the Yucatan, just north of Playa del Carmen. It's supposed to come in tomorrow at some point, so I'm not sure how out of pocket I'm going to be. Yeah, John, thank you, brother. I won't be going. The only place I'll be going is the beach. That's it. You are most welcome, everybody. Miss Dell, thank you so much. Much love to you too. So those of you that are, before I pull some cards, I'll let all of you know just really quickly. I've already done it hours ago, but I'll tell you again, I made some changes to the Patreon. The changes to the Patreon are it's a donation-based tier system, meaning that whatever I have 3 tiers, 7, 13, and 19. And no matter which one you choose, all the content's going to be released on all of them across the board. So you would say, what's the incentive? You get the content. See, I'm trying to get out of, I'm not even trying. I am moving out of the mindset of like, you got to get something as a perk or an exclusivity to get a certain tier, or, because normally when you get like YouTube's a perfect example. YouTube's free, right? But you get commercials. Don't want the commercials? Pay for a subscription. Don't get the commercials anymore. Well, my Patreon now is based on a donation system, meaning if you want the content, you donate whatever it is that you can afford, whatever you think the content is worth, but it's across the boards. There is no commercials on anything. Everybody gets the same stuff. It's equality. The channel, Patreon, Decode Your Reality, is an equality system. The only thing that you will get exclusively for the Empire tier, I have my most the $19 tier. What you get for that, you will get my upcoming astrological poker system, which is going to be exclusively for that. And you will get the videos that come out new. You will get the premieres on those, meaning you'll get those before anybody else. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going on the authenticity. I'm going on being very transparent, raw, and authentic. So if you want to be a member to get the content, no, it's not for free. So how can it be donation? Well, folks, you donate whatever you can swing with the tiers to get the content. And I've already talked about this free stuff. Free doesn't work in our society. People don't value free. When you get a reading, like people say, why don't you just give me a reading? You're not going to value it like somebody's just buying it, paying for it. Trust me, you won't. I've already tested this. I've been on the seminar circuit. I've watched the free stuff. I see how people react, how they behave. They treat it like there's no value to free. But when there's an exchange, and there has to be an exchange of energy. I've already told you, if you're a big giver and you're a horrible receiver, there's not a reciprocation of energy. So in order to have a reciprocation of give and take, there has to be some kind of value in between both of the parties. So I've added a third tier onto the Patreon. Those of you that didn't want to spend the $19 or $13, I got a $7 one now. You're going to get the same content as the $19 or $13. Then some of you are going to say, well, then why won't everybody go to the $7? Well, if everybody does, then they go to the $7 tier. I'm going on authenticity. Some people value, like, why am I doing this? Because whatever you think it's worth, whatever you think what I'm pumping out for videos and all the how-to and all the stuff that's going to be coming out that you're not going to find on YouTube, whatever you think it's worth, if you don't think it's worth whatever, and you want to do this and you want to do that, so be it. It's equality over at Patreon. It doesn't matter. There's no purple stars. You're not going to get a ribbon. I'm not going to send you a trophy. It's equality. That's what I'm moving towards, a different way of thinking, not the typical, well, what are you going to give me if I do this? You're going to get it all. But the YouTube is slowly, I don't put many videos out as I used to. Get a lot. You won't even believe how much bullshit I get from people out there. And I know they just haven't done their studies. Over at Patreon, the people, I know they've done their studies. And so far, I've only had to block one person over at Patreon. And I have no hesitation to do it again. No big deal, right? So it's all about love over at Decode Your Reality Patreon. We're here to learn and level up and reach nirvana, whatever that looks like. Not debate and bitch and moan and groan and think and argue and all that bullshit. We don't do that over there. We don't do it here on this channel at all either. That's old news. You'll never see me debate anybody. Ever. That's like such low frequency crap. I have no desire to do it. I'm not built that way. I used to be, but not anymore. Okay. Hayden says, could this work for wild animals? You mean the cards? I mean, I've told many people that you can decode your animals. If you have an animal that has a birthday, well, then it's got a card attached to it and a handler card, and you can watch it move through the card system. I mean, folks, this card system is so amazing. I have, after doing Aphrodite, right? It's from Saint Valentine, which comes from this word called valens. So, of course, what popped into my head? How about Richie Valens? Remember that guy? 1950s? Richie Valens, who sang La Bamba, who made a movie called La Bamba. Richie Valens. His last name was Valentine. It wasn't even that, his birth certificate name. But the guy, he died in a plane crash at 17. Think about that. 17, he passes on. Well, I went to look at the cards. There it was. Death. Death in his Pluto line. Was right there in his card system. Died at 17. Plane crash. 1959. February 3rd. February 3rd is the 9 of Swords card, which is, Sharon calls that the death card. Well, you know what was in his Pluto line? The 10 of Swords. It was his destiny. Just got to know how to read the cards. All right. I'll take one more question and I'll do the cards here. Infinity Meta says, how can we handle the fear of abandonment, such as feeling left out by friends, community, not being invited? Very, very simply, what is the universe trying to tell you? You're being talked to. You're just not listening. There's no abandonment. The universe is specifically navigating your life a different way. You know, I mean, I've seen it so many times, including myself. It's like, sometimes some of you got your hearts broken, but there was a purpose for that. And they did you a favor, if you want to look at it that way. Because if you would have went another 6 months or a year, you may have been in jail. Because you were at that tipping point. So angry. And they cut it off with you. And you know what? You don't like looking bad. So when somebody breaks up with you, it's like you take it personal. And now you start telling your friends that you broke up with them so you can look good, or it was their fault, or they didn't deserve you, or whatever it is that you had to say to your friends to make yourself look good. Because that's how much of a joke our reality is, folks. This is what we do as human beings. We will lie to our friends when something isn't the way we want it to go, just so we don't look bad. The universe did you a favor by that person breaking. So next time someone breaks up with you, how about just letting it happen? No, I know, I got to go fight for it though. Maybe you're not supposed to fight for it. And you're just being watched as entertainment to see what kind of drama you produce. So my point here is, for your question, I don't believe in abandonment. We call it abandonment. I call it a gift from the universe. Because something is moving you towards a next chapter in your life that's going to be more glorious than the other one that you had. But you're not looking at it. You're looking at, however, and I'm not, trying to belittle you. I'm just saying is like, we all do this. I've done it so many times. Is you're not looking at the other perspective. The universe is giving you a gift. Somebody breaks up with you, the universe is gifting you with that breakup because you didn't have the courage to do it yourself because you were so in love, but you had a nightmare relationship, but you stayed in it because maybe that person was paying your bills and you can't afford it on your own. So you just stuck it out and you got the abuse. And then one day that plug gets pulled. And then guess what happens? You make it. And your life becomes a blissful environment. And you look back and be like, man, how many times have you said this? I wish I would have did that a long time ago. How many times have you said that? We've all said it. Man, if I would have known, I would have did that a long time ago. Yeah, you did know, man. You just weren't paying attention to the message that the universe is trying to give you. So when you get a message of doom and gloom or depression or anxiety, what is the universe trying to tell you? There's something waiting for you. Get out of that action of energy and move into what are you trying to tell me? Like, start talking to God or the universe, whatever, start talking to it. Like, what do you want? Show me what's going on here. I'm ready. You just got to have patience. Okay. There's always a message, folks. There's always a message. People don't pay attention. We're all guilty of it. So when you're not attached to this reality, you'll see the messages much easier. But if you're heavily invested in this reality, it's very hard to see the messages. When you're like in love and you can't do it, I can't live without you. You can't see the messages come in because you're doing too much of that. Like Bruce Lee said, I can't give you what you got because you got too much of what you got. I can't give you what I got. So the messages are coming in. It's just, are you paying attention and how invested are you in this reality? And again, there's no right or wrong answer. Like if you want to jump in and go play the game, do it. If you feel like that's the right thing for you, don't let me stop you. But the more complex your life becomes, the less you will see the messages. It can't be any other way. The less involved you are, the easier it is to see the messages. Because you're not bogged down with liabilities. You're not bogged down with, doing this or doing that. Okay. All right, so let's pull some tarot cards for this. What's your question number 80? We've done a lot of talking. That's a mercurial energy. I have a lot of Mercury energy. People say, how do you go 3, 4, 5 hours? I got a lot of Mercury energy. My Mercury is in Capricorn. My Kronos is in Taurus. All right, so let's get into the very first card for tonight. And what's your question number 80? The message. This is going to be general for right now, but let's see what the very first card is. Coming out of the box, the Hermit. So there's some study here. This can obviously, now I don't do reversals. I don't get how people do reversals. They how do you know? Like do you flip them over? I don't know. Anyway, let's just do it this way. So it's either going to be this, the liability, or the asset. So if the message doesn't resonate with you, maybe it needs to be in the reverse. The reverse meaning you're not willing to take in the information. You're not willing to share your light in a bucket. You're being selfish. The right side up model is you're taking it all in. You're studying. Maybe you need to go into a sacred space. Maybe you need to be cut off from life. That's the message number 1 right now, but let's keep going. What else do we have? The Hermit, message number 2. Well, we have the Fool. So now we have being naive. We have bliss. This is what it means to be in the Matrix, not even knowing what the hell is going on. La, 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 la. The Fool. And then you get into what's called Fool's Gold. And what is Fool's Gold? Materialism. What's true gold? Lukewarm. Non-attachment. So we have the Fool. Third card, please. Third card. We have the Eight of Wands, otherwise known as the Eight of Clubs. This is the card of lightning. This is the card of exorcism. What do I mean by exorcism? Some of you need to have an exorcism. An exorcism of what? These ideas that you hold on to that are not giving you freedom. Like, for example, when whoever it was that asked you a question about abandonment, you didn't get abandoned. You had a gift got given to you. It's always a gift. We just don't interpret it that way. So there's energy. This is normally an energy of coming in quick, coming in hot, coming in fast. This is card number 30, tied to Demiurge, tied to exorcism. I did a decode on exorcism over at the Patreon. If you become a donating member, you can go watch the exorcism. I mean, somebody asked me, what are some of the best ones? Exorcism. One of the best ones I've done. Because of what it was showed. So we have the Eight of Wands. I don't really know what this means just yet, but let's keep going. Let's get another card. And we have the fourth card in the deck, the Emperor. Well, we have some major arcana. We have 3 major arcana cards if you include the Fool. The Emperor, this card right here. See, a lot of people say, oh, Aries. No, not at all. The Emperor sits in the house of, in sidereal, Gemini. In tropical, Cancer. This is a Gemini Cancer card. What's the 4th house? The 4th card. What's the first house in tropical? Aries. Is Aries 4? No. But of course they will say, well, there's an Aries head on there. So they automatically think this is an Aries card. This is not even an Aries card. It's leadership, yes, but it is 4. 4 is the cube, the box. So we have the Emperor, which is a Moon/Mercury-based card. This being ruled by Moon in tropical and Mercury in sidereal. Moon is the way you feel. Mercury is the way you think. That's what makes a good king, by the way. A good king of the kingdom. This is your kingdom now. Speaking about your kingdom, your life, you being the star of the show. How do you think about it? How do you feel about it? Moon, Mercury, Gemini, Cancer. That's what the Emperor is. It's the way you think and the way you feel. That's what makes a good king of the kingdom. They think the right way. They feel the right way. Let's keep going. 5th card for this. What's your question number 80? Well, we got my birth card here. We got the 8 of spades, card number 57/58. This is a trapped and limited card. This is the card of the simulation. Trapped in the simulation. This is tied to pi. 143 is a composite number, but the next prime is 149. 149 is the 35th prime number. 35 is simulation. This is tied to simulation. I was born on the 35th day of the year. This is why I've been showing all this kinds of stuff. So we have a trapped and limited energy here, but I don't know what this means just yet. Let's do 2 more. We'll get 7. We'll do the life. We'll get the path of the mystic here. So card number 6, please. Well, now we get the Hangman. Now people come here and say, oh, it's Pisces energy. This is a Aquarius Pisces energy. Why Aquarius Pisces? Because in sidereal, Aquarius is the 12th zodiac sign. Pisces becomes the first sign. So this currently right now, Pisces is the rising. Pisces is the rising sign, not Aries. Pisces, March 21st, the spring equinox is in Pisces. So we have the Hangman, we have illumination. Of course, if this, think about it, Aquarius is I know thyself. So sidereal says this is an Aquarius card, I know thyself. What do you see that person having behind their head? Illumination. And then if you convert it into Pisces, Pisces being tied to Neptune and Zeus. And the fish. I really think this represents Aquarius more than it does Pisces, to be honest with you. And the final card, and then I'm going to do my best to interpret all this stuff. The 7th card, please. And we have, wow, jeez, kidding me? The 44th card in the deck, the 8 of Cups. Folks, this is tied to my mouth. Revelation 3 verses 16, because you are lukewarm and not hot or cold, I will spit you out of my stomatos. In Greek, stomatos is mouth. Moi stomatos, 44. There it is. Think about what I'm showing you. I will spit you out of my mouth. This is I'm out of here. Bye-bye. See you later. I'm going to bigger and better things. Now, take that to your life. Forget about the cosmic aspect and the game of life and like people think, oh, we're in a soul trap. Forget about all that cosmic stuff. This is pertaining to you as the star of the movie. Okay? So the crown position has the damn, I'm walking away. I'm walking away from something. In the beginning stage, we had the hermit. And maybe you need to go within to be able to walk away. After the hermit card of going within, the energy is to be the fool, which means that when you bring these two together, right, you have a lot of wisdom, the Hermit being the smartest card in the deck. This Hermit, by the way, in sidereal is Scorpio. But in tropical, it's Sagittarius. It's going to be both. Scorpio represents the hidden things in life. Which makes more sense? The hidden things in life in Scorpio, and Pluto, the god of the underworld, having all the access to everything. The Hermit, been around, many lives, many masters, or Sagittarius and Jupiter. Well, I mean, they both can fit the narrative, but I really think that the sidereal once again comes through, and the Hermit sits in the house of Scorpio. Scorpio represents the detective, and that's how you become a wise hermit. You're constantly scanning the horizons, looking for things. So starting this thing off, the universe is saying here that this message for you is, what kind of study are you getting into? And maybe you need to retreat into a quiet place. Maybe you need to get rid of some of this riffraff in your life. Maybe you need to stop partying. But it's saying that when you go in to look into the darkness, or when you go out there to share your light in a bucket, if you're somebody like that, maybe you need to treat it like a child, being naive. The Fool is not a child per se, but it's somebody that goes in that doesn't know what it feels like to be ripped off. The Fool doesn't know what it feels like to be cheated on. See, once you have that in your memory, you'll look for it. Like if you've been cheated on before, you're not feeling this. Because the next relationship, especially if it's brand new, like if your previous relationship you got cheated on, the chances of you looking for it in the next relationship are very high. Because it hurts so bad. Like you walked in and you saw it was like, no. So you don't want to repeat that again. So what do you look for in this next relationship? Somebody who's not a cheater. But you just may attract another cheater because of that energy. So the energy here is suggesting to remove all of your programming through the study. Now, why I'm saying that is because the third card for this message was the card of the exorcism. So this is an air card or fire in the tarot, but it's a card of the exorcism. So you're getting rid of something through personal study, through something that doesn't allow you to be the fool anymore. This is suggesting to get rid of the trauma in your life. Let it go. Stop blaming people. Stop thinking that anybody tried to dupe you. You're living in a predestined reality. There's no duping you. If somebody robbed you, or if somebody stole from you, or if somebody cheated on you, it was supposed to happen to you. Why are you getting mad at a predestined reality? So this is alluding to the fact that you got to let this shit go through deep study about what you're holding on to. And in between that is the Fool's like, I don't freaking know what it feels like to have that shit happen. So once you finally figure it out through the Hermit, through study, you got to let it go. It doesn't mean you got to go, and it doesn't mean you have to go back and take people back in. And no, you got to let that shit go. Because they did it because they were supposed to do it. Doesn't mean you have to go back and make friends with them. It just means that it was supposed to happen in your life. What lesson did you get from it? But there's an exorcism here. And the exorcism leads to you becoming the king of your kingdom. How do you think about it? How do you feel about it? After all this shit's gone, how are you going to feel when you let it go? And you stop blaming the people you think that are screwing you over or out to get you. You become a king of your castle again because they're no longer impacting your life. And in the fifth position, there's this trapped and limited card, which completely goes against the grain of all this. But the trapped and limited in the fifth position here, 5 fingers, 5 toes, 5 senses, it may be impacting your manifestations where you're not being able to do that. But you got to let that go. You got to let that go. This card, ladies and gentlemen, is coupled with the King of Wands, which is mental and material mastery. So this is the lower side of it. If you remove that, you get the mental and material mastery. The flip side to this. This is teaching you something. I told you, like, this is my birth card. So people say, oh, wow, you got that for your birth card? Yeah, you know what it's done for me? It's promulgated me to move towards the solution of getting out of this. And what's the solution? Not being part of this construct. I mean, you're part of it, but I'm not part of it. I don't belong to organizations. I'm not into religion. I'm not into government, state. I'm none of it. Because all of that is part of this. You remove yourself. The King of Wands is the master of this. So the King of Wands can rule this to keep you in the shackles. So you can't see it. Once you see it, it's no longer hidden. And then we have the Hangman, essentially the Hangman in the third eye position, right? In the sixth position. So now you have this illumination. The Hangman, obviously is a 12th house card. So the 12th house can be tied to the shadow self. Remember, you come out this way through birth, through the birth canal. You come out head first. This is alluding to the fact that you come into this world as a human being. But you come in enlightened. So there's an enlightenment after the removal of, you're not in no trap, dude. Any of these theories, soul trap theory, simulation, it doesn't matter, folks. It's predestined anyway. So it's freaking a moot point. Mankind's being used. It's a moot point. You're living in a predestined reality. That's the illumination. And the last part, the crown here, is to walk. What are you going to walk away from after all that? The exorcism and being a fool again. Getting rid of the trauma, delete. How many files do you got to delete in your mind that you're desperately holding on to because they work for you? I've been cheated on 3 times. And then your next person you come into your life with, you cheat her again. It's all supposed to happen. So what are you walking away from? It could be that you're walking away from this reality, in a sense, right? Maybe it's time for you to, but again, forget the cosmic aspect. What are you doing on a personal level? It's walking away from something, and the opposite end, these two. It's walking away from something after very, very deep, thought-provoking aspects of your reality. This Eight of Cups sits in the same house as the Seven of Spades, which is the card of the mystic. So this is a graduation. You're graduating into the next level. You're always graduating, but are you graduating consciously? You can't do that when your life is complicated. So what this may be suggesting here is that to go take some time away from all your problems. Like, you ever seen the show, the movie What About Bob? Bill Murray, Richard Dreyfuss, amazing. You need to go watch that movie because the patient becomes the doctor. Bill Murray is a patient and he ends up becoming kind of his doctor's doctor. Because Richard Dreyfuss, his psychologist, tells him, and he writes him a prescription to go on vacation from his problems. And the movie's hilarious. What About Bob? It's just so funny. So maybe you need to do that, is to go and take a vacation from your problems. Go on vacation from your problems. Take a trip. Go on vacation. This can indicate travel. Take a vacation from your problems so you can go study what it means to be a king in your kingdom, and you can observe where you're trapped and limited. So you can see how you're an enlightened human being and you're living through your predestined scripted reality, not mine. I'm just an extra in your movie. Maybe you need to go on a vacation from your problems and realize that they are self-induced problems. The next time something dramatic happens to you, what is the universe trying to tell you? Maybe it needs to be dramatic because you just ain't getting the freaking point. So it comes with this crushing blow. Oh, this will make this person move because they're just not moving. So maybe you just need a dramatic blow to your life. And this is where these dramatic things happen in our reality. Because you just didn't get it the first 20 times that was trying to show to you. Because you're just trying to go back. Especially if you're a generator in the human design, you're not supposed to chase things. You got to figure that out. Like some of you are chasing somebody that you just feel like you can't live without, but the chase is the sign for you to stop chasing. See, but you're controlled by your primal. I gotta have an orgasm. Like, what am I gonna do? This person loves me, and no one's gonna love me because I have this scar on my head, and I have this. My hair's not long enough, and my eyebrows are different. And but this person already accepted me for who I am, and there's nobody else that's gonna accept me. These are all like this. You gotta go back to this. Like, I'm freaking the best thing since sliced bread. There's always gonna be somebody out there for you, folks. If that's what you want to do, there's always going to be somebody out there that matches up with your energy, that will fulfill you with things. Some of you honestly need to take a break from relationships. That's also what this is saying here. You need to get out of relationships altogether and live a life of celibacy. Celibacy? When's the last time you were celibate? Why is this such a bad thing? Most people are not. Once you go intimate, man, it changes, a game changer. Because now you get all lovey-dovey. Oh, it's so good, and and it's so passionate. And that's all lust. That's what's going to get you into trouble. You're going to do things that you normally don't do. Because this person's so sexy. Oh my God, they just make me feel a certain way. No, they don't make you feel anything. You're doing it to yourself. Maybe some of you need to take a break from that. This is, in the 5th house, we had the trapped and limited card. So if you're somebody right now who is just like, some of you get out of a relationship, you jump right back into the next one. That's this. This is in the 5th house. The 5th house is the Hierophant. I didn't even say the Hierophant was at the bottom of the deck. I don't do that whole bottom of the deck thing usually, but the Hierophant would be tied to this. What is the Hierophant? Sex, the guru, making moves, manifestation. Some of you are, if you're in a relationship and you're feeling this way, what are you doing to get out of it? And some of you are like, well, I can't figure it out. Well, are you looking for the signs? And on top of that, are you just sitting idle in inertia, not doing anything, hoping that something's going to deliver something to you? Something's going to get dropped off at your house? So you have your out-exit strategy? No, no one's coming to save you, folks. So those of you that are trapped in relationships, what are you doing to get out of it? Because it's your nightmare. And what's waiting on the other end? It may be a little rocky. It may be challenging. But what's waiting on the other end? Something is waiting for you on the other end, but you can't have it because your mentality is, I can't get out. I can't get out. How am I going to get out? Well, how am I going to afford to do this? Just take a chance. You're not going to die. You're not going to die, folks. Take a chance. Walk away. If this is pertaining to relationships for you. If this entire reading is based upon you and relationships, maybe you're single or whatever, but maybe you need to take a chance and walk away. Have some courage. You're not going to die. You're not going to die, folks. I mean, you won't. So there may be a reward waiting for you. And I'm not saying it's going to be all hunky-dory to get there, but this is suggesting we have hermit mode here. We have being a fool. We have exorcism. There's some kind of relinquishment going on to be the king of your castle again. But there's, for some of you in the 5th position, there's some bondage here where you feel like there's no light at the end of the tunnel. You feel like I can't get out. There's no exit strategy. You're not even attempting it. You're not even trying to get out. Because you think someone's going to come in and save you. No, you got to save yourself. And that means you have to have courage. And you may have to do some things that are a little scary. But here's the perfect answer, folks. It's all predestined. What's so scary about it? There's no right or wrong move. That's the alleviation of burdens. There's no like, well, what if there's no what ifs. Just go do it. That meme, like the road is paved with flat squirrels who couldn't make a decision. Don't be a flat squirrel. In this case, don't be a flat squirrel. This is the flat squirrel. You got to make a move. So for those of you, when it comes to relationships, if you're single right now, maybe you need to stay that way for a while. Have you healed? Have you licked your wounds? Because, look, scripted or not, if you haven't forgiven and overcome and got rid of the trauma and you've deleted the files of your previous relationship, you walking into another one, it's like you're literally walking in with your ex with you. Here we are. I don't want you and your ex. I just want you. Well, I know, but I haven't released my ex yet, so you're going to get both of us. No. Do your freaking work, man. It's okay to be by yourself. It's a lot easier, by the way, to be by yourself. It's a lot easier because you only have to make one person happy, and that is you, not two. There's no sacrifice. It's just you. So that's my message to all of you. And I hope that helps. I hope that this message was able to put some things into perspective for your life. For this, what's your question number 80? And I'll do one more card of illumination for a general overview of everything I just said, just to see what comes out as a confirmation. Let's take a peek. Okay, and the message is the overall general energy. Thank you very much. The 32nd card in the deck. The 6 of diamonds. Now this card is giving. Being balanced and giving. Being balanced and giving for this overall message. 32. Maybe the number 32 is important for you. Reduces down to the number 5. So I will reference the 5th position, which was the 8 of spades. And this is the 5 fingers, 5 toes, 5 senses. This is your throat chakra, speaking your magic spells into existence. Some of you are speaking your trapped and limited into existence. Well, maybe, just maybe, you're not giving enough. Maybe you're taking too much. And that's why you're trapped. Because you're a taker. Maybe you're somebody who leeches off your partner. You rely on your partner to pay your bills and to support your livelihood. And that's why you feel trapped. Because you want to get out, but you can't, so you'll just keep leeching. Because you don't have the courage to see how beautiful you are. You don't see how amazing of a life you have. Because you're too codependent on somebody giving to you and giving to you and giving to you. Whereas you can be the boss and the CEO. This is a boss and CEO card as well. But maybe, just maybe, folks, maybe you're not giving. Maybe you're taking too much. Taking from people. Maybe you're living in a scare. I know what this is. I know what it means to be in a scarcity type mindset. I know what it feels like. So I'm not just blowing smoke here from a book. I've been through it. And how to get out of scarcity mode? Go give. Go give. Or stop taking. All right. That's my message for all of you. And let me just add these up, and we're going to call this a night. Let's see. 157, which is the 64th element, which is you're on television. Reminding you folks, this whole message, it doesn't matter. You're being watched. You're in a drama. You're in a freaking soap opera. Your whole entire reality is a soap opera. It's all predestined. You're on a damn movie. You're being watched. So you might as well give them a good show. Take that chance. Make that move. Something waiting on the other end for you. All right? All right. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor and a pleasure to hang out with you all these hours for What's Your Question number 80. Thanks for joining in on what most people are at barbecues, drinking and doing whatever else they're doing and doing the celebrations of God knows what. Because every day is about freedom if you want it to be. Just turn off the mainstream and you're free. Scripted or not. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me see what I'm going to play here for. Yeah, I'm going to play. I'm going to get a copyright on this, but I don't care. Let's do the Villagers of Ione City, the great band from, I want to say Greece. Let me just get this straight. I want to get this right because I always misquote this a lot. Villagers of Ione City. Greece, I got it right. Yeah, and I am so into Greek. I am so into the Greek. I can read the language. I can read it now, which is cool. The Villagers of Ione City. Yeah. These guys are just amazing. One of my favorite songs. So here it is. This is called Age of Aquarius. I'm going to let all of you chat amongst yourselves. I appreciate each and every one of you for honestly, for being here and for supporting this channel over all these years. It's been a fun ride. It really, really has. Hope to see you over on Patreon. Got some big D codes coming out over there. So I appreciate each and every one of you for that. And big shout out to the moderators, Pamela and Steven, my Jack and Jill, for being in here. Always appreciate you two. And all your participation tonight, all your great comments. Sorry I couldn't get to every single question, but it's been really fun. So ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got for today. My name is Logan for Decode Your Reality. Until next time, we will see you later. Yeah.